Hello, is anybody out there? I'll do some ASMR. Um, oh lordy, I'm just doing audio again, guys, because I'm gonna be reading, and I didn't shower yet. I want to shower tonight, and I don't want to. I don't know. I just didn't feel like it. But I do want to continue with these documents because there's some actually interesting ones coming up. I haven't read through every single one that I'm going to read tonight, but I kind of skimmed through to kind of get a gist of what's coming up in some of these, and so I could have a thumbnail and a title that kind of talks about something that's in the statements. But there's a lot of like different instances, like past instances that are kind of interesting. Um, like the I wish we knew who, but it sounds like maybe where Kaylee used to live. It sounds like maybe I don't know, since everything's blocked out. They're talking about Kaylee on one of them, and then it goes on to say about like the somebody, and it wasn't at that house though. It sounds like that somebody left like a bent knife and a f off message, and then there's a bloody knife that somebody talks about finding in a storm drain. All some weird stuff, guys. Um, So we're gonna go over it. Oh, and I finally found where all the crime scene. And I hate to say crime scene photos because I mean, just the photos from the house, but I guess the house is the crime scene. But I found where they were all released, so I have all of them. If you guys maybe like when I need a break reading, I could go through some of those. Just that the other day when I was going through TMZs, they obviously didn't have all of them. Because there's 382 from the second release that I just found, their files on their site that they release, like how they release everything else. I didn't realize they were releasing them like that, just for everybody to just go on their site and take it. So, I think they're so overwhelmed with requests that if they could do that for some of them, it's easier for them to just release it that way. Um, Anyway, so has everybody seen all the vid or the pictures? I'm sure some of you guys haven't seen some of them. But okay, so I want to continue though with the documents. I don't know if we'll finish today. We have like 70. Yeah, we have less than 100 left. 100 pages left to do. Less than 100, like 75 plus. Like we have like 85 pages left to read. So I think we can get through. Um What was that an answer to? Yes, we do what, Steph? Hey, Steph. AK Core. James in the house. James, I'm sorry I didn't respond to your email. I read it. That I haven't been very good at responding to the emails. Like I read them and then I put them in my list to respond. And since I had told you and read it when during the live, I was like, oh, I kind of responded live to James. But yeah, I definitely got it. Okay. You know what? I should chew this piece of gum. It'll wake me up, but then I'll be chewing loud. Um, anyway, you know what? Why chew this and get this energy out of this gum? Because it's like that one that has like caffeine in it. We'll go over some pictures. We'll kind of do it in parts because the pictures take forever because they're in a PDF file. And my Adobe, I don't know if it's just my Adobe or Adobe in general, but it is so slow, like trying to go through page by page. It was driving me nuts today. All right, let me share my screen. And while I'm chewing this gum real quick before I read, we'll go through some of these photos. I might go through some fast. With these, some of these are ones I already went through last live because they're on TMZ. But these will be all of the ones they just released because I found where they released them, like I said. So I might go through some of these quick because it's just their cars. I mean, nothing of evidentiary value in their like their cars. Now I don't know. They did say they followed a track, but they didn't. They weren't very clear on like where it exactly went. But okay, why is this not letting me zoom in? Oh, it's froze. See, this is what I've been dealing with. Ugh. All day trying to go through these pictures. It keeps freezing up on me. Adobe's been doing that for months now. I don't It's like only when I'm on Adobe. Anyway, is that come on, look at this. This is driving me nuts. Okay, right here. Is that wait, where is it at? Like I see, look, you see that footprint right here? I wish it would just let me zoom in like normal, like wonder. I mean, but there's probably more than one. I mean, people have probably walked through here before, but I mean, you do see some tracks. You could see a footprint here. Uh, there, it looks like. It's hard to see. I know there's the obvious ones that they point out, which you'll see in the snow, like right by the house. But I was just trying to find like where it leads to. I think you can kind of see it going up like this, right? Yeah, I mean, look, that's this one, it looks like maybe going this way and that one's going, I don't know. It's hard to tell unless if they went up to each one. Sorry, I'm going so fast because I'm forgetting for a minute, chewing on my gum, forgetting that you guys haven't seen it. So here's, I don't think he went up. I don't know. No, because he went around, right? Well, we don't know exactly what the heck he did. We just know there's those footprints that go straight out. Okay, so this is the first floor, so we know Bethany's room was somewhere around here. You got a bathroom right here. You go up the stairs and then take you to the second floor. So this is you know, you walk in for the front door and it's froze. It's a froze. Stupid Adobe sucks. Been really bad lately. Oh, I'm going the wrong way now. Oh my God. It was starting to go up and then I went down. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why I just reversed the way I was going. That was weird. Okay. So now we're caught up to where we left off right here. I'll just go through like 30 more and then I'll start reading. I think I got a lot of the good stuff out of my gum. Look, this is what happens. Adobe, so there's not really a white line here, but watch. Oh my God, it's so annoying. See, I don't know why this program is so slow on mine. Steph, Marnie, James, sweet Melissa, Cicely, what's up? Anton, hey Anton. It's on the other side of the front door. I know a lot of these that are ones that we already, oh, I should take that down so we could see, sorry. Um, Probably like maybe 30% of them we went over, on the last live, but there are some new ones because I didn't have them all. I didn't know that they put them out where, you know, all the other stuff was. Did not realize that. So this is the first floor bathroom, so this would be on Bethany's floor. Um, I'll go up to 100 and then I'll start reading a little bit and then I'll share more. Sorry, I'm going quick towards some because I mean, I don't know. It's just a wall. How much do we want to look at a wall? You know, sometimes it's just like, oh, nothing really, but I know. I mean, you could always pause it if you're rewatching it and if you want to stay. But like this is it's so frustrating. Look how it's getting stuck. It's just I've been dealing with this all day. Okay, there we go. It seems like the picture ones, like when I do just documents, it's not as bad. But I think it's because, you know, when I'm reading, I'm not trying to go through them as quick as pictures. Um, yeah, I'll go down to 100. And we'll because I do want to try to finish the documents. I mean, 80 page, like around 80 pages. There's no reason we shouldn't be able to, right? I would think we can. And still be able to go through all the pictures. Because look, we're already at 100 and there's only 382. So I don't see why we wouldn't make them. Okay. So let me read a little bit and then we'll go through the rest. Hold on, we have to find where's the, oh, here it is. Okay. Hold on one second. Let me get page 131. Okay. Oh man, it's frozen again. What is wrong with Adobe? Has anybody else been using Adobe lately? I swear, I know I complain about them a lot, but like maybe it's just a thing. Like every time there's some issue. Like now it's freezing up. Before it used to be where it was something else it was doing before. I forget what it was. Like about like 5 months ago, I was complaining it was doing something else. Can't it just work nice? Anyway, let me say hi to a few people. Oh, never mind. I said hi to all the people. Oh, no, LTD 805. You're a new one I haven't said hi to today yet. Um, anybody in here just say hello if you haven't said hello. Cause it really is. I'm going back trying to say hi to new people, and it's really probably the same 10 people, which is fine. But there's 67 people watching. So I know there's more of you. Say hi. I get excited when I see a new name. Like it says hi. Hey Holly. No, you don't have to. I know some people just like to watch. It's fine. Hey Kelly. Nemosine. I still don't know how to say your name. Nemosine? Is that how you say it? Oh my god, it probably sounds silly. Tiny Bean, Amber Ann. See, I like getting to say hi to a bunch of new people or like a bunch of names. Uzma, you kind of look like my old roommate Emily in a way. Huh. Uzma, Tiny Bean, Alexis, Amber Nola, Amber Am, James again, Kelly again. All right, let me see. Lotus Spider, Brenda, Karakian. Hey, Ronnie. Harley, hola. Anthony, hey. Hey, Kathleen. Um, cool. Okay. Joe. Yes, thank you. Hey, my three sons, Anthony Woods. Okay. Thank you guys. That made me happy to see everybody. Okay, so ugh. Let's do this. Let me just take the rest of my coffee. All right. You guys ready? Are you ready? Wait. Are you ready for the blanks? Blank this, blank that. Oh my lord. I don't know if I'm ready for it. I forgot about blank. Blankety blank blank. Okay. So on December 1st, 2022, Idaho State Police Detective Lieutenant Robert Boone and Detective Barrett interviewed blank regarding her relationship with the victims of a homicide which occurred in Moscow. On December 1st, 2022, at approximately 12:30 p.m. Man, it's actually hard to read with gum in your mouth. Oh, thanks, Uzma. I appreciate that. That makes me happy. Let's blank and go. Yeah. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Okay. Um, so at 12:30 p.m., Idaho State Police Lieutenant, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so some people they interviewed a Idaho student blank regarding her relationship with the victims um of a homicide which occurred on November 13th. The interview took place at somewhere in Moscow. During the interview, this person told us the following: that this person had previously met with ISP detective Pesina for an interview. Blank was close friends with Kaylee. She knew Madison, but not as well as Kaylee. She explained that the only boyfriend issues pertaining to Mogan she knew about was during a spring break trip to Cabo in 2022. Maddie blank blank, and it looks like they're naming some people probably. I don't know if it's just a sentence, but Maddie something. The blank took place in Cabo and possibly after they returned. Maddie and her blank her relationship with her boyfriend after the blank with blank. I don't know. Maybe it's Maddie ended her relationship with her boyfriend after the fight with him or something like that, which I don't understand why they would have to redact like ended, but the way that they're redacting things, like I feel like they would redact that because it's like, oh, we don't want them to know that she ended her relationship. We have to redact that. Like, I don't know. Isn't that what fits like Maddie blank her relationship with her boyfriend after the blank with blank? It's got to be something like that. She ended it after maybe the fight with him or something. I know it's ridiculous. I mean, oh shoot, sorry. Feels like it's there we go. Well, thanks, K Core. Thank you for all you do. There's so much behind the scenes that goes on to pulling this off for us. Aw, thanks. You the best. You the best. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. I just realized, are you oh, for a minute I was like in your picture, I'm like, are you flicking the horse off? But never mind, you're not. um, I know, Tiny Bean. That's what make oh my god, I just realized your picture's a tiny bean. Gotta quit. That's hilarious. Why does that look so funny up there? Little tiny bean. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Blank does not know blank very well. So I'm guessing they're saying this person that they're interviewing doesn't know her, Maddie's ex, very well, is what I'm guessing that says because they're talking about the ex. It has to, right? Because they don't blank Kaylee, they don't blank Maddie. It's got to be anyway. Kaylee, her and her last boyfriend blank broke up because they became more of just friends. Blank was with Blank was with Kaylee the last day and she was happy and completely fine. Oh, by the way, guys, I found Ethan's brother. He has a pink shirt on. So he's not the one sitting in the car. And I think where people got it confused of it being him, because you see the cop say, like, hey, stay here. And it looks like he's talking to the guy with the khaki shorts and the greenish shirt with the white sandals, which is Hunter. Which I think, or maybe yeah, which could confuse people because I think people thought that that's who he was talking to because then somebody says something like, "Oh, he's the brother of blank," you know? I don't know. I think they blank out the or he's the you hear one of the girls say he's the brother of, which means he's Ethan's brother. And at first, all you see is Hunter. So you see like somebody in khaki shorts kind of walking away. But then if you watch it a little longer, that's not who the cop's talking to. He's talking to the guy. He has like a pinkish shirt on and but because he's farther down he ends up coming back from the side of the house. And so yes, the guy sitting in the car is 100% not Ethan's brother. It's also not Hunter. So I'm talking about the body cam. I think it's Jack. I'm guessing it's Jack. I don't know, or it's just I don't know what other guy is in there, but I'm guessing it's probably Jack. um but anyway, I just wanted to clear that up. Because I know people were contemplating it. I know some people were saying it, and they realized it wasn't Ethan's brother, but there was still some people saying it was, and it's not. Ethan's brother has like a pinkish shirt on, and I think khaki shorts, like a darker khaki. He's tan. He looks tanner. He's thicker than the other two. So yeah. Anyway, Yeah, I think it was Jack. That's Kaylee's ex. That's what I thought it was anyway. Because I kept saying, no, I don't think it's Ethan's brother because Ethan's brother doesn't come till a little bit after Jack. And the Jack's been there for a while in the car. But some people were kind of not arguing. I don't want to say arguing, but they were saying, no, it's Ethan's brother. But I cleared it up. I mean, it's definitely not Ethan's brother. So most of us were right in saying it was Jack, but there was still a few people that swore it was Ethan's brother. Okay. Um, all right, where are we at? Yeah, you probably were right. It probably was Jack. I'm thinking it was Jack. Um, because it wasn't Ethan's brother. All right. So anyway, so the reason I thought of that is because right here where they're talking about sorry, that's why it kind of triggered me because not triggered me, but made me think of Jack for a minute and then the person sitting in the car because I do believe it was Jack. But anyway, so yeah, it says that they became more just friends. Blank was with Gonzalez the last day she was happy and completely fine. So I'm guessing the person that's being interviewed right now is saying that she was with Kaylee the last day and she was happy and completely fine. She did not hear anything the night before and went to bed around 3:15 a.m. On December 8th, I submitted a DVD containing the audio. Oh, yeah. She's the detective says it every time they submit an audio. Okay. I don't know if they're going to release these audios or not because these are just like the summaries of it, but the actual interview audios, I don't know if that'll be like public, but I guess we'll see. Um anyway, is Alsane in the house? Alsane, you're in the house. Oh my god, you remind me. That picture reminds me of like the Fresh Prince. I don't know, like that side, like his Fresh Prince with his hat sideways. Or like, a show from like the 90s or something where I don't know. Anyway. All right. So now they're interviewing who? The FBI task force conducted several interviews and collected associated evidence with the following subjects were contacted. Blank purchased blank from Kaylee. Blank of blank regarding transient mail. Okay. And then something and somebody of 1122 King Street, Moscow. So probably these two would be Bethany and Dylan because they're the two surviving roommates of 1122 King Road. I'm guessing. And then they said blank collected DNA sample after initial interview. Oh, that's what I wanted to put in the title too. There's somebody that we end up in one of these statements coming up where he refuses to give his DNA in his phone. Of course, we don't know who it is because it's blanked out, but I meant to add that in the title because that's kind of interesting. Somebody's refusing their DNA. It sounds like it's somebody like who Kaylee interns or maybe when she does the babysitting, it sounds like it's obviously somebody she either works for or something through school that she works for, like a family. It's that dad that won't he refuses to give his DNA or his phone, and that's kind of weird. But my guess is originally he just refuses the phone, and then I think his wife comes in or something, or his lawyer, and he's like, "Okay, I'm not going to give my DNA anyway." But my guess would be on that is because not because he has anything to do with this murder, but because there's something else in his phone that he knows that could get him into trouble. Now, I'm not saying legally, maybe not, but maybe even like with his wife or something. There's something in his phone that he's afraid because you'll see originally he's more focused on not giving up his phone. And then I think like he talks to the lawyers, like, nope, I'm not doing my DNA either. So I think he's hiding something in his phone that he's nervous about. But I don't think I mean, he doesn't, I'm not saying I think he has anything to do with the murder. I definitely don't think that. I think it's just something else. Okay. November 17th, I interviewed blank by telephone regarding his purchase of blank from Kaylee on November 12th, provided the following information. He located the blank on Facebook Marketplace. So I don't know. Does anybody know what Kaylee sold? Let's see. After corresponding with Kaylee via Facebook Messenger and agreeing on the sale price, 6500. He met her in Hayden, Idaho, Walmart parking lot at 10:30 to 11:30. Oh, was it her car? She arrived in the blank, and her father arrived a short time later. After a test drive, he handed Kaylee up $6,500 in cash and completed the deal. Okay. So the person she sold the car to, he heard Kaylee tell her father she was going to keep the money as she got into a light colored blank that had arrived as they completed the deal. Oh. He was unable to see who was in the blank or provide additional detail about the blank. On November 23rd, I interviewed blank and blank by phone regarding blank provider. They're all following information. Blank was a transient subject who arrived at the facility October 31st and stayed until November 3rd. On the evening of November 3rd, Blank collected his personal items and left the facility in a minivan. Blank didn't know who the vehicle belonged to. On November 23rd, I interviewed Blank by phone. Blank is the blank blank for 1122 King Street Road in Moscow. Um, Provided copies of the current and previous lease agreement. So this is the landlord. Um, and work order requests and an invoice for completed work. I forwarded the email and documents to FBI tactical specialist. Also provide the following information. The lease listed Kaylee, Maddie, blank, 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 or blank, blank, Xana, and blank. As the lessees of the residence from June 1st to May 31st, the previous listed blank Madison Mogan, blank, 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 and blank as occupants from June 9th to May 31st. So Maddie was the only one that was originally, well, I don't know because they blank out Bethany and Dylan's too. The digital numerical keyless entry located on the front door had blank codes programming to maintenance code A, primary code given to occupants, code B used if an occupant was locked out by accident. Occupants could provide the door code to whoever they choose. The keyless entry was maintained by blank of Moscow, Idaho. It was last serviced on October 19th. Hold on a second. Okay. It says, the keyless entry was not Wi-Fi or Bluetooth enabled and did not keep a log of entries. On December 4th at 3:05, I contacted Blank by the phone and requested a DNA sample. Blank had been interviewed the previous day by ISP detectives, however, had not collected a DNA sample. He agreed to meet me at blank blank located at blank at Moscow, Idaho to provide a DNA sample. At about 2:42, ISP detective Matt Hanley and I met with Blank. Blank signed an ISP consent form providing the sample. I provided Blank a new swab, which he used to swab the inside of his cheek. At about 3 p.m., I processed the DNA into evidence. Okay. On November 27th to November 28th, Idaho State Police Detective Sergeant Hopkins and ISP Detective Brown collected surveillance video footage from Blank sorority house. The Blank sorority house and Blank captured on November 12th and 13th. We delivered the downloaded footage on memory storage devices. Okay. Let's see. Footage memory. We transported. Okay, so on November 27th, they met with Blank at the Blank sorority house located at Blank on the University of Idaho campus. Blank was the blank of the sorority and offered surveillance. Video footage from the house captured on November 12th and 13th. I gave Blank a memory storage device to download the footage. On November 28th at 6:55 p.m., Detective Sergeant T. Hopkins and I picked up the memory storage device from Blank at the house. We transported it to the Moscow Police Department the morning of November 29th. I delivered it to ISP Detective Schweck. Hey, Jen, what's up? Should I use a different word? I don't know. Redacted seems harder to use when you're reading. It's harder to, like, you know, say it into a sentence and not it because it's like three syllables. Wait, what? Beep. I love to blank that. It ain't no thing. Okay. On November 28th at 3:45, Detective Sergeant Hopkins and I met with blank at the blank, a business located in Moscow. Blank was the blank for the business and provided surveillance footage for the business captured on November 12th. So I think I already read that, right? On December 8th at 2 p.m., police straight trooper Weinstein took custody of Blank's fingerprints and buckle swabs from Ryan O'Neill of the FBI at the Idaho State Police. Okay, so on December 8th at 2 p.m., they took custody of fingerprints and okay, same thing. It's saying the same thing. Um, yeah. On November 17th, Detective Andy Hodel of the Idaho State Police conducted numerous interviews by phone in relation to tips received for this investigation. Get comfortable here. Okay, there we go. Um, on November 17th, I was going to say the same thing. People interviewed are listed below along with their phone number. So they did numerous interviews. Okay. So now they're going to name all the people they interviewed. All calls were digitally recorded. Okay. So they interviewed somebody, date of birth 99, on 11/17, and then date of birth 2002 on 11/17, date of birth 1974, 1982. Oh my god. On 11/17 at 9:57, Detective Andy and Brittany spoke to blank via recorded phone call. She stated she was in the social media video at the food truck where Kaylee and Maddie were seen. She said she did not remember any interaction with Kaylee or Maddie. She said she was there with a friend named blank who was later identified as blank and and had already been interviewed by another detective. Blank said she was also there with another male named Blank, but did not know his last name. She said that she was just calling because she saw herself in the video on the news and did not want police to have to track her down. No further information at this time. Um, on 11/17 at 10:53, Detective Andy Hodel, spoke to blank via recorded phone call. She said that she was at Starbucks in Moscow when she got a text alert from Washington State University, where she is a student, alerting her to the homicide in Moscow. She went on to say that another female standing next to her got a text alert from University of Idaho State and to shelter in place. She did not know who this female was, but said the female stated that she had been seen a bloody knife outside of the blank in Moscow in a drain pipe. The female told her that she had reported what she saw to a blank employee. That's crazy. Like a bloody knife. Is that true? She described the female as 5'2", 5'4", blondish brown hair, and had a blank tattoo. I later contacted her and spoke to the manager. Or I contacted blank and spoke to a manager. The manager checked and later advised me there was no record of anyone reporting finding a knife. She assured me that they would have called the police. I'm a little bit confused though. Okay, so who said that it was even reported? Saying 36 months with the nice fresh Alsane. Fresh Prince of Alsane. Wait, Fresh Prince. Wait, I don't know how to say it. Fresh Alsane. I know that sounds silly. But wait, so somebody who did, okay, she did not know who this female was, but said that the female stated she had seen a bloody knife outside. So somebody that worked at this business, is that what they're saying? And then they talked to the manager, and the manager said nobody said that. Well, the person didn't tell the manager. It sounds like the person just told the coworker or somebody that was working. So they didn't tell the manager, talk to the employee, right? Am I understanding that right? Yeah, I mean, Nobody said that she told the manager, though. That's why I'm confused. She said the girl that was beside her, so, like, I don't know. I'm a little confused about the situation here. The exterior of blank was also searched by myself and several other detectives during the evening of November 16th. Nothing of interest was located. On November 17th at 12:11, two detectives spoke to blank via recorded phone call. He stated his blank was a Washington State student and he and his wife were visiting for blank. He told me that his daughter and wife noticed a male um following them while inside the blank in Moscow on the evening of Friday, November 11th, 2022. He said his wife initially thought it was a loss prevention employee, but after hearing about the homicides, he felt he needed to call and advise about this male. Idaho State Police Sergeant Sproat and Klitsch collected surveillance video and it has been submitted for evidence. At 11:17, they spoke to Blank via recorded phone call. Said approximately 3 years ago, she had an employee at her business in South Dakota named Blank. She said they had a dispute over money and she saw through security cameras as Blank became angry and began breaking things in the kitchen while holding a knife. Blank said she was afraid of Blank and that he had mental issues. He now lives in Moscow but has not had contact with Blank in 3 to 4 years. Hmm. Yeah, 3 years ago. That is a while ago though. On November 20th, they had a phone tip number 391, and they conducted numerous interviews in relation to this tip. Okay, so state police received phone tip 391 and conducted a follow-up. The tip stated that blank, birthday 1969, so an older person, had called in and reported that an intruder had entered her blank house in Pullman in October of 2021, which would have been, about a year prior, right? With a knife and wearing a mask. The tip referenced Pullman police case number blank attached to tip 391 was email tip 73. The tip was from blank, a bunch of blanks. So I don't know if it's naming more than one person, three people, I don't know. But there was a tip and it was referenced the same case number. At 1550, so it'd be 350, along with Detective Hugh Powell, conducted an interview with Blank over the phone. I originally called Blank at Blank, which was the phone number from the tip. She called me back from Blank. Blank said that her Blank, who was later identified as Blank, birthday 2001, lived in Pullman, just off the Washington State campus, in a house with 2 units in it. The address of this residence was Blank in Pullman. One night, Blank left to pick up a friend at around 2:30, 2:30 a.m. When they got home, they noticed their back door was open and their roommates had locked themselves in a bedroom. One roommate said she woke up to a male wearing a mask holding a knife standing over her. She kicked him and he fell backwards, then ran out of the house. This is the one that I have actually more detailed reports on this incident, but if you go through it, it's obvious that it's the weird neighbor guy, so I don't think it has any relevance to the murders, but I'll let you guys just determine that. But anyway, it says Blank said the police responded, then eventually questioned the male who lived in the second unit of the house, but he was never charged. He would not tell me the name of the victim, but told me the victim's mother's name is Blank and gave me her phone number, Blank. He then gave Blank the phone and said all of the girls that lived with her were members of the sorority, and she was a junior during last school year. Blank said that the neighbor who was questioned did not cause any problems prior to or after this incident. Blank said she is living in the same house this year and has not seen the neighbor since March 2022, when his lease was not renewed. Blank said she did not associate with any of the sororities of the University of Idaho and did not know any of the individuals who were killed. Blank said she had parked her car outside the back door and left it unlocked. When she left to pick up her friend who was nearby, she said the door was normally locked, other than when one of the residents was making a quick trip away from the house. At 16:11, Detective Powell and I contacted blank, date of birth 63, by phone, and they told me her daughter's name is blank and gave me her phone number, told me she had called Moscow police November 16th and the Pullman Police Department November 17th. She was told they could not initially find the report, then later told her it had been sent to Moscow. Blank told me Officer Banks was the investigator officer who communicated with her, and during their investigation, at 16:57, I contacted blank at blank, said the night of October 9th, 2021, she'd gone to bed early because she had to work early. At 3 in the morning on October 10th, she heard her bedroom door open. She said she rolled over and saw a male walking into her room wearing a ski mask and holding a knife. She says she turned on her bed and kicked the male hard enough to knock him back to the wall. She said the male stared at her for a few seconds before running up the stairs and out of the house. She said that she was completely sober and aware of what happened. She said one of her roommates was home but was watching TV loudly and did not hear anything. She had unenrolled from Washington State University and was just working, and she was no longer a member of any sororities. She described the male as smaller and very short, 5'4" to 5'6". Due to the mask, she could not see his face at all. The male did not say anything to her. She described the second unit of the house as a small studio apartment that occupied half of the basement. It has a separate exterior staircase and entrance. She was the blank was the male who lived in the apartment and matched the description. But police did not talk to him until a few days later. Pullman police eventually interviewed him, but he was never charged. He said where blank smoked was right outside her bedroom window, and she felt he might have been able to look into her bedroom. She said she and her roommates never had any issues with other than he was sort of awkward sometimes, but nothing really concerned them until this incident. He said, or she said she never went to she never went to parties in Moscow and did not know any of the victims in the case. All of these interviews were digitally recorded. At approximately 2300, I spoke to Pullman Officer Banks about the incident. He said that blank was the only suspect because he matched the description and had a prior incident in 2017 where a female woke up to him watching her sleep. He did not have a mask on or a weapon at the time. Officer Banks said a search warrant was conducted at blank's residence after the incident with blank, but no evidence was recovered, linking him to the incident. There's some creepy people in Moscow, dude. Like, some incidents is, like, so creepy. People going into houses, moving freaking suitcases out in the middle of the road, freaking bloody knives, bent knives. There's this thing, like I said, about somebody leaving a bent knife that says F off by the dishwasher. Weird. What's wrong with this town? Yes, sweet Melissa, creeps. What the heck? I'm guessing though, it's because it's a college town. So people like creeps. I don't know. They know that all these kids are just living there without their parents. They're all, you know, under the, a lot of times drinking and more like probably prone to like, oh, like not being as careful about like locking doors or letting people in, or you know what I'm saying? Because like in college, you're like meeting people, you're really open with people, like there's new people you want to, I don't know how to explain it, but it just, I bet you it's because it's a college town. Um, let me see. All right, so I mean, I never had that issue in my college, and Bowling Green was a college town, but I mean, times are a changing. This world is getting scary, guys. Anyway, 1,500 hours. Idaho State Police, Brady Walker, along with the Detective Gideon, began a canvass of Conestoga Drive. For home security cameras that may have captured footage around the time of the incident. Other investigators had assigned areas in the neighborhood near the crime scene. All right. They canvassed Conestoga and several occupants. A male who identified himself as blank answered the door at blank. He checked the footage of his ring camera. Nothing was captured. The residents of blank were not home when they attempted to contact their doorbell camera. I feel like I read this already, but I think there's just doubles like a common thing. So there's nothing here. There's nothing there. They went to all these places to look for ring cameras, and these are basically saying there's no useful videos or somebody's not home or they didn't have it, nothing wasn't working. This one, it says they did not have any relevant footage. The camera appeared inoperable as it did not light up or sound a ringtone when they rang. Camera was located on the northeast corner. So now they left a voicemail, and she informed me the camera was fake and only placed there as a deterrent. So no luck on cameras. Um, conducted phone interviews, a bunch of people. Okay. I contacted blank, unknown, complete name, 1845 hours. I wish to report suspicious interaction her husband, unknown further, had with a male earlier that day. Blank informed Moscow police had taken the call, contacted the male, released him after their interaction. I contacted blank, date of birth 2001, on November 16th, 7:46 p.m. Blank was in the blank as Kaylee and Mogan, but said they had dropped last semester. What? What is that trying to say here? Blank was in the blank as Kaylee and Mogan. What? But said they had dropped last semester. Oh, nothing fits there though. I was thinking maybe was in the class, but then as Kaylee, I don't know. Anyway, she mentioned a male named blank, birthday 2001, that was fairly violent and got into a lot of fights. Maddie and Kaylee associated sometimes with this person as recently as October 2022. But blank believed blank had gotten kicked out of University of Idaho. She knew Maddie's ex-boyfriend was named blank and her current boyfriend was blank. Maddie stayed in touch and talked to blank and blank. Wait, I said that wrong. So Maddie stayed in touch and talked to this person, and blank did not like that. So I'm guessing they're saying her ex-boyfriend was named blank, current boyfriend was named blank. Okay, we know her current boyfriend's name. Whoever her ex-boyfriend was, right? Maddie stayed in touch with her ex-boyfriend, and her current boyfriend didn't like that. That's what I'm guessing this says. It's got to say that. I mean, like, read that. So yeah. So I mean, but that's not that weird. That I'm not saying like you should be upset, but that's not that weird for for a current boyfriend to be kind of not like their girlfriend talking to an ex. Not that wouldn't be that odd for somebody to kind of like not like that idea. So anyway, blank believe Maddie still possibly had feelings for. So I don't know if this blank is the person being interviewed believes that, or is this her current boyfriend believes that? What do you guys think? I don't know. That could be either or. Either it's like, her current boyfriend doesn't like that she's talking to this her ex, and he believes that she still has feelings for him, or it could be like her current boyfriend could just not like her talking to her ex. I mean, regardless if he thinks she has feelings for him, but that could just be the person being interviewed says, like, I believe Maddie still has feelings to him. I don't know which it is because, of course, it's just a blank. I contacted a blank 11:18 at 10:30 at blank's roommate. Blank had a best friend named blank. Blank had a relevant video from the area at the time of the incident, With the previous information, I contacted this person at 10:53 and 11:07. I informed me that her friend blank lived near 112 King Road in Moscow and had surveillance video of someone leaving the area around the time of the incident. In the follow up call, blank told me there was a homeless man with a beard and a limp that lived in the area of blank where Kaylee and Maddie were spotted. She said the male in Blank's surveillance video appeared to have a beard and a limp as well. Blank also told me that she had heard through a friend that Xana commented on someone's TikTok around 4 a.m. hours the night of the incident. I asked Blank to find out where that information had come from and to relay that to me. She said she would try to find the source of the information. I used to have her, she was on TikTok and there was two, I think there was 2 things she posted or commented on TikTok. One was, like, a little bit later than the other. Like, one was at 4 and one was a little after 4, because we know Xana was on TikTok. But, I mean, that was a couple years ago I went over it. I don't know where all I mean, I know where some of my files are, but when I go through them, I'm missing some of them. I don't know. I have to find the rest of them. But because, I mean, the thing is it's gonna be on one of my lives, though, from a couple years ago because I would have went over it, but yeah, there's 2 different posts where, it shows, Xana posting, like I mean, one of them was so close to the time of the murder, it was crazy. I'm pretty sure it was, like, after 4. Um, I forget what she said too. It's so, like, eerie, like, thinking, like, "Oh my god, she posted that or commented that," and then in a couple minutes, what was gonna about to happen to her. It's just so oh my god, like, movie type stuff, Like that feeling. Anyway, with the previous information, I contacted blank, unknown, complete, or date of birth on 11/18 at 11 hours. So 11 blank. Blank informed me that she had surveillance video of a male leaving the area. After talking to her, I confirmed that the video was taken from a light socket powered camera and that the Moscow police had already secured the camera. I contacted blank 1982 is a birthday. Um and they at blank completion of his follow-up took several phone calls and this will summarize our interaction. I previously received information from another source that Kaylee potentially had a stalker or someone interested in her without reciprocation. Blank operates blank, where Kaylee was employed on 6/3/2022 until 7/6/2022. Blank did not recall a time where Kaylee was made uncomfortable by any employee or patron. So wait, she was employed for like a little over a month. I don't know. Does anybody know where she was employed at that time? I don't know. He contacted current employees and the assistant manager. He did not discover an instance where that happened. He said that a male named Blank, born 98, had asked for a highlighter on 8/22/2022. When he was provided one by restaurant staff, he said he wanted to destroy his face and began drawing on himself. He was trespassed by police, so it must have been a restaurant she worked at. Huh. On the night of November 12th, Blank left the restaurant late at around 1:35 a.m. He took a taxi home where his other half was. So they talk about this guy that drew on his face. Is it still the same person? Because this is continued from here where it says when he was provided one by the restaurant. So he asked for a highlighter. He was provided one, and then he said he wanted to destroy his face, began drawing on himself. He was trespassed by police on the night of November 12th. Blank left the restaurant late around 1:35. See, that could be anything. That could be that same guy. No, that wouldn't be that same guy, right? I don't know because this is saying 8/22 and then this is saying November 12th. So it's got to be, I don't know who left the restaurant at 1:35. He took a taxi home where his other half was and stated his home video system shows him at him there until late morning, November 13th. Blank was blank and provided the phone number for blank and said he had been good friends with Kaylee, Maddie, and Coronado. So that's somebody else, which why in the same paragraph they go on to somebody else? I mean, it makes no sense, right? It has to be somebody else. So why is that connected in the same paragraph? They're talking about this guy asking for a highlighter, right? I don't think it's the same person. And then it goes on to this other person. That should be like a whole different, that should be number 8. You know what I'm saying? I contacted blank 1999 at 16, so that'd be what? 4:18 p.m. at blank. Blank met Kaylee in 8th grade, Maddie in 8th grade, and Xana his junior year of college. He was friends with all of them, but was closest with Xana. In fact, blank met his girlfriend blank through Xana, and he graduated the University of Idaho in spring, and blank and spring something, and has never been to 1122 King Road. He had heard that a male had been following female employees in the back parking lot at blank. That was debunked in a conversation with blank. Blank had a friend named blank who was in Moscow the weekend of the murder, and blank told blank he was going to walk Kaylee and Maddie home, but did not because they went to a frat party, which he could not attend as he was not a student. Blank provided his number was blank. I contacted somebody with birthday 2000 on 11/19 at 6:18 p.m. This person knew Kaylee and Maddie and Xana from school and living in North Idaho. He lives in Coeur d'Alene or area and had gone to Moscow on 11/12/2022. He texted Maddie on 11/12, but was never with her in person. His last text contact with her was 11/12 at 7:46. He did not have 7:46 p.m. He did not have contact with Kaylee or Xana that night. He was not able to attend the fraternity party because he was not a student. He thought perhaps he could have prevented this incident if he had partied with the girls because he would have walked them home, but was not physically with them that night. On the night of 11/12, he was at a party near blank apartments. He did not specify where exactly the party was held. He mentioned he heard Kaylee had been followed by a strange male or similar incident. He did not have the firsthand knowledge of this incident. I tried to contact blank birthday 2003 on 11/19 at 6:16 hours. He did not answer, but called me back at 6:29 p.m. He was roommates with Ethan last year and was currently a roommate of blank. He had a daily contact with Ethan, who would commonly come over to play Xbox with him. Um, he was one of Ethan's best friends. He had known Xana since before she and Ethan started dating. He didn't really know Kaylee or Maddie. He identified his girlfriend as blank and he provided a phone number of blank. He had gone to 1122 King Road a few times this year. On November 12th, he attended the formal party and went to the uh, party afterwards. He left the blank party around 1 a.m. and went to a party at the blank apartment building accompanied by blank and blank. The apartment unit they went to was referred to as blank. They were at the blank until about 5 a.m. and then they returned to their unit at blank. They went to bed around 5:30. He had no contact with Ethan since the formal and did not have any contact with Xana that day. I tried to contact blank birthday 2004 at 6:50 p.m., but he did not answer. He called me back on 11:25, so he took 6 days to call him back at 10:13 a.m. Blank is a roommate of blank and was friends with Ethan and saw him daily. Chapin's best friend in their blank fraternity was blank. Chapin would come to the fraternity house and play Xbox with blank almost daily before class. Blank had only been to 1122 King Road a couple of times and had gone to the formal event on the night of 11/12. Blank left the formal event and got back to blank around 20:45 p.m. So about 8:30, 8:45. There was an after party event. The party took place in a common room. He spoke to Ethan since once at the after party. Blank left blank around 1:15 a.m. on 11/13. He went to a party at the blank top right apartment with blank, blank, and blank. No, with blank and blank. I think that's 2 different people, not 3. There are at least 2 males at the apartment, and blank believed their names were blank and blank. Oh my god. They stayed there until about 3:30 or 4. When they went back to blank, they all went to bed around 4:15. So how wonder how close that apartment, because we have these people going to bed at 4:15. The last group went to bed at 5:30, so there were some people up around that time. Blank said his timelines towards the end of the night were estimates due to his consumption of alcohol. Okay. All right. So on November 18th at 6:06 p.m., Idaho State Police Detective Brady Walker interviewed somebody by phone at some time or somewhere. Um, the ISP trooper Noah was present during the phone call. The phone call was recorded. The report details the phone interview with blank. This report also contains summaries from interviews with blank and blank who were with blank on the night of 11/12. Okay. It was reported to me that blank had text conversations with Ethan the night of the incident, but blank denied that. Huh. That's interesting. So wait, somebody had text conversations with Ethan but denied it? Blank had been in the blank as Ethan for a year. That's probably saying that he had been in the same sorority as Ethan for a year and a half and described Ethan as one of his best friends. Wait, had text. Anyway, blank lived in the apartment at blank. His roommates are goes over 1, 2, like 3, 4, 5 roommates. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I don't know if that's I don't know, 4 or 5 roommates. Okay. Blake was present with Ethan in the lodge at blank, but they didn't really have much contact. He specifically said he was off doing his own thing and hanging out with his girlfriend. When I asked who his girlfriend was, he paused and said, I don't really feel comfortable answering these questions. I don't know. Huh. I asked him if there was any reason why. He replied, I don't know. Like, out of respect of Ethan, I don't know. Like, okay, blank, blank is my girlfriend. Well, what I'm not under he's asking who when I asked who is his girlfriend. See, I'm wondering when they say blank specifically said he was off doing his own thing, hanging out with his girlfriend, is he referring to himself or Ethan was off doing his own thing, hanging with his girlfriend? Because then it's like I asked him who his girlfriend was. Whose girlfriend? The person being interviewed or Ethan's girlfriend? Because I don't know when he's saying he was off doing his own thing. I don't know if he means Ethan was or he was. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so I don't know. My point is I don't know if he's um not wanting to answer like who his girlfriend was or who his Ethan's girlfriend is. Because I mean he does end up answering who his girlfriend is. So I don't know. I'll just answer the questions. Um so yeah, I guess I guess they were asking who his girlfriend was because you see how it could be confusing though. So he must have said he was off doing this person being interviewed was off doing his own thing with his girlfriend, and then they asked, "Who's your girlfriend?" This guy's like, "I don't feel comfortable answering," and then he finally just says, "Okay, this is my girlfriend. I just don't um I'll answer the questions." And then after that, he seemed more forthcoming with information. Blank and blank were at blank most of the night. Blank went to bed early and then he went to the blank apartments. He went there with blank and blank, who were a couple of his fraternity brothers at 1:30 on the morning of 11/13. So he went to bed and then woke up and went there? Huh? Anyway, they went to the upper right part apartment. Blank believed that it was this number blank and it was commonly called blank by everyone. There was a male resident there named blank, unknown last, along with blank blank and a couple of unidentified females. They stayed for a couple hours before leaving around 3:30, returning to blank. When they left the blank, they went downstairs across the parking lot, crossed Taylor Avenue, and went across the field to blank, made some food, and went to bed around 5 a.m. He said that he did not text or have any other electronic communication with Ethan that night. He did not know when Ethan left the party. He knew Ethan and Xana had been dating since before the previous school year ended. He estimated it was about 7 months. Um, Ethan stayed with Xana about 6 days per week. He said he knew Xana fairly well, but did not know Kaylee or Maddie as well. He would see Kaylee and Maddie here and there, but they would not sit down and have a conversation or spend time together. He went to 11222 King Road once every week or 2 weeks. He said a party was hosted there about weekly. A typical party would be attended by 50 or 60 people. He described the dynamic of the house as fine and stated they all seemed to get along really well. He knew Blank for about a year and a half and knew her fairly well. So I'm guessing this is one of either Dylan or Bethany. He did not have a boyfriend. I thought this was a guy we were talking about. And I mean, I guess he could be gay, but wait, she did not have a boyfriend. Oh, so this person, never mind. So this is the person, either Dylan or Bethany. He's saying she did not have a boyfriend and then lived at 1122 King Road since the start of that semester. She had just met Blank at the beginning of the semester and knew her from going to 112 King Road hangout. So then I think the other one is the other roommate he had just met at the beginning of the semester. So I don't know which one is which. But Dylan had a boyfriend, right? So this must be Bethany and then this must be Dylan because Dylan did have a boyfriend, at least from what I heard. Anyway, because he was one of the people that some people were like looking into, like, oh, he's suspicious or something. I don't know. I never found him like, I mean, I don't know. I never really found a connection or anything. I mean, he had somewhat of a kind of past. Like, I think he was like a party guy that liked to party and stuff. But like, I know my college days, I would have probably been labeled as like a one of those people then by the community because I partied and got into trouble. But anyway, Blank did not have a boyfriend that I was aware of. Blank could not think of any person who would do something like this. I am also including the interview summaries of Blank and Blank who were with Blank the night of the incident. With this report is due to the proximity of 1122 King Road. I tried to contact somebody with the date of birth 2003 on 11/19 at 6:16 p.m. at Blank. They did not answer the call, or they did not answer, but called me back at 6:29. So they called him back pretty soon. Um, like 13 minutes after they originally called, they called him back. Blank was roommates with Ethan last year and was currently a roommate of Blank. He had a daily contact with Ethan who would commonly come over to play Xbox. Blank was one of Ethan's best friends. Did I not just read this? Am I going backwards on this? This sounds like the exact. I am going down, right, guys? Right? Because this looks like the exact same thing I just read. Anyway, um, I wasn't going up, was I? No, I don't think so. Okay. They come over to play Xbox with one of Ethan's best friends. Blank had known Xano since before she and Chapin started dating. Blank didn't really know Maddie or Kaylee. Blank identified his girlfriend as Blank. As he provided a phone number of Blank, he had gone to 1122 a few times. On November 12th, they attended a formal party. Um, so I was looking at the chat to see if anybody was like, yeah, you were going up. Anyway, this is like the exact same report. On November 12th, Blank attended the formal party and went to the party afterwards. He left Blank party around 1, went to a party at the apartment building accompanied by Blank and Blank. So I'm reading it fast because it's almost the same exact report I read a couple pages up. The apartment unit they went to was referred to as blank. They were at the blank until about 5 a.m. when they returned to their unit and went to bed at 5:30. Exact thing. What the heck? This is the exact. Oh, that's nice, AJ. um, I just want to make, is this the same? I hope it's not like double one. Okay. November 17th, 9:40, 9:52. They interviewed somebody of date of birth 2001. Um, Detective Matthew was present during the call. This person had previously called into the tip line with information, and this is the summary of the facts that she provided. Blank has known Maddie and Kaylee since the senior year of high school. They have attended the University of Idaho since then. Blank was in a relationship with Blank, date of birth 2000. And this person was roommates with Blank, who was the blank of Kaylee. What? Oh, so wait. Blank was in a relationship with Blank, which was roommates with Blank, who was blank of Kaylee, and hung out with Maddie and Kaylee infrequently, and they have stayed in touch during their attendance. Outside of class, she estimated they socialized, such as attending weekend parties together about once every 2 weeks, although the frequency varied. On the late evening of Saturday, November 12th, Blank was at Blank's house, which is a blank from 1122 King Road, which is a blank from 1122. Oh, and Blank and his friends were watching sports, and Blank was getting bored. Blank contacted Kaylee about wanting to hang out, and they made plans to go to the bar. Blank went to 1122 King Road, but couldn't remember the door code. She's she called Kaylee at approximately, so it had been 10:20 p.m. and got the door code and went inside. She saw Kaylee and Blank in the house, so either Kaylee and Bethany or Kaylee and Dylan, because those the roommates that they blank out are those two. Anyway, about 5 minutes after Blank got to the house, Maddie arrived. So she's saying whoever this person being interviewed, about 5 minutes after she got into the house, Maddie came. Maddie, Kaylee, and Blank got a ride to the corner club from a male named Blank. Last name was not provided, but his phone number was. This is the phone number, and then it says Blank noted several things about Blank. Blank was an Uber driver, and she, Blank, had been getting rides from him since April 2022. She believed Kaylee and Maddie had been getting rides from him since January 2022. So they both get rides from this guy. He was described as a white male having blank hair, a voice that was not deep, and was believed to be shorter in stature since he scooted his seat close to the steering wheel and drove a light gray blank. He originally met Kaylee, Maddie, and several other women through driving for blank. Um, wait, I don't know. He provided his personal cell phone number as a contact for rides. Blank, Kaylee, and Maddie commonly called him for rides. Sometimes he would not charge them for rides. Though his interview, remember his interview, this Uber driver, the one that gave him the ride that night. Remember he said that he always charged him. He's like he always charges rides, but they didn't pay him that night. But he said that they would. I mean, they'll pay. Like he was planning on getting the money from him. Huh. I'm pretty sure that's the same guy that took him home that night, right? Anyway, but he's saying he would not. Sometimes he would not charge them for rides. He was never unable to provide a ride for blank. Sometimes it seemed that he was not working for blank when he would give rides. Well, they have to blank out Uber or Lyft, or I think they said no, it was Uber, because some of the other ones they don't even redact that. Anyway, he was not working for Uber when he would get rides, and that he had left his personal life to accommodate the ride. He began carrying airplane shooters or alcohol in his vehicle in the console and had offered them to blank. Blank knew that 2 women, blank and blank date of birth 2000, had finished college and left spring 2022. They had both stayed in touch with blank. Blank initially thought Blank was a nice guy who helped women get to the preferred location safely. She did not think his behavior was odd until that out someone pointed out that he thought so. After considering the circumstances and all she had learned, she agreed with them that it was odd for him to provide his personal phone number and be so accommodating to all women, considering he was married with a child. But it's not that weird unless if he refused to take men and only took women. But, like, when I was in Colorado and didn't have a car, I mean, I had a car most of the time I was in Colorado until it got really bad and didn't even have a home or a car at the last few years. But I did for the most part. Anyway, but my point is, um, like, we would get rides where we used Uber or Lyft, but then it got to a point where we would get, like, a better deal and, like, the people would offer their number, like, "Hey, I do a personal if you ever need, like, you know, don't wanna go through Uber or Lyft and, you could save a little bit of money and I could personally take you wherever you need to go." And, like, I've seen people in chat say that too. It's like, it's common for people that work for those places to start doing it on their own because you don't have to pay the fees for Uber, so they could charge you a better price. So it works out for both people. The driver makes more money out of it and the person pays less. So I don't think it's that weird. I feel like these people and I think this is common. Now somebody got murdered and everybody's like, "Oh, who was it? Who was it? This person knew and she gave him the ride." So it's normal. We all did it too at first, like, "Oh my god, this guy's suspicious. This guy's suspicious." Like looking at everybody because I mean, it's just kind of normal to look at somebody at one way, like, "Oh, no, it's fine," and then all of a sudden after something like this happens, to kinda look at them different, or your perception changes of it because of the thing happening. So, in this moment, she's more suspicious this these everybody's gonna be more suspicious of people and their motives and stuff, but in reality, if this didn't happen, it wouldn't be a issue. I'm not blaming this person for thinking that because we all would do the same thing. You know am I making sense? Um, what's going on? I'm not wait a minute. I'm not giggling or laughing at certain things. Like there might be a situation. I'm not wait. So we're all supposed to like never laugh or not be able to laugh. I do like a live stream for like 4 hours, but I can't laugh or chat with people or come on now. Obviously, I don't think what happened is funny. It's just I don't even know why I gave you attention. I should not have. Anyway, I was trying to go up and read other ones and I just um yeah, we're laughing at the blank because we're allowed to just still try to not, try to make the best of or I don't know how to even say it right without somebody like you taking it the wrong way anyway. But yeah, never mind. Um, yeah, no, I know they're just miserable. It's fine. Okay. Oh, hey, you're sweet. I know, Cicely. I know. I don't know why. I wish I wouldn't even have said anything. I just wanted to see, what everybody else was saying. Um, yeah. Miserable people suck. Okay, yes, perfectly said. Um, and getting too upset over reading court documents. Whose picture do you have up there? Some fake picture F you? Wait, that name is so perfect because every time you say it, it's like F you. Oh, love it. Oh, and I'm laughing. I'm allowed to laugh because we are not miserable people. Okay, so where are we at? I thought okay, so he had finished college after left after spring 2022. They both stayed in touch with Blank. Blank initially thought Blank was a nice guy who helped. Oh, that's where we left off. Okay, so they originally thought that he was a nice guy and that who helped women get to their preferred location safely. She did not think Blank's behavior was odd until Blank pointed out that he thought so. Um, wait, is she talking to herself? Wait, I feel like if he's like talking to herself, like she's playing. That's funny. Now it's like she's like on our side. It's going back and forth. Wow. Reading a book. I don't know what that's all about. I'm reading these documents. Okay, so um hey, so there's that. What's up? Um Happy sheep. Well, you just told me to go read a book. So I guess I'm reading a book. You said, "Why are you reading these disrespectful? Go read a book." And now you're saying it is a book. No, it's actually court. It's like statements, document of statement. It's a file of a bunch of the statements. So, all right, I'm going. You're making me laugh. It's just kind of funny because it's the laughing that made you mad. You bring it out in me, f you. Okay. Let's see. We learned okay, so this person now is trying to now, finding it kind of odd. Blank had recently become a father. This seemed to be common knowledge. On November 12th, after Blank picked them up, Blank asked Blank how it was going being a father. So this Uber driver recently became a father. He did not seem as joyful as she expected. So um this person being interviewed asked this Uber driver like, "Hey, how is it being a father?" And he said that he did not seem as joyful as she expected. He sighed and pointed out that it was a lot more difficult and stressful than anticipated. He made a point to tell them his wife and baby were out of town for the weekend and he was looking forward to having the house to himself over the weekend and watch football. She did not really talk to him after that, and Kaylee and Maddie continued conversation until they got dropped off at the corner club. So this was like the time conversation, okay, on the that night on the way to the corner club, right? Where she asked how it was being a father, and he said, "Oh, you know, more difficult and stressful than anticipated," and that they were out of town. His wife and baby were out of town. Um, okay, so Blank did not remember a time that this guy, so the driver had made her feel uncomfortable or unsafe in the time she had known him. At the corner club, she remembered the core group of friends hanging out as herself, Maddie and Kaylee, and a bunch of other blanks. um, and her boyfriend, and blank her boyfriend. Blank recounted an interaction between blank and blank. Blank was attracted to blank and kept trying to get her phone number. So now this is that weird guy that gets kicked out, right? Blank did not give it and did not want to interact with him. Um, Blank was staring at her to the point blank noted it was uncomfortable. Blank tried to convince Blank to give him the phone number, but she refused. Blank and her friends essentially worked on keeping Blank and Blank apart since he was making her so uncomfortable. Eventually, Blank was removed from the bar. Blank spoke of what she described as a weird interaction among Kaylee, Maddie, and Blank. Hmm. Blank described Blank as a weird person who was fairly aggressive and got into a lot of fights. Blank was not a person that she, Kaylee, and Maddie would typically associate with. Kaylee and Maddie left the corner club with Blank. So now they're talking about hoodie guy. So she's saying that this person in the interview is saying she described a weird interaction between Maddie. I'm guessing, I mean, it's what it looks like it's saying between Maddie, Kaylee, and hoodie guy, which this does fit, Jack. I'm not going to say his last name, but I think most of us do know his last name. And that fit, that like looks like that is his name. Anyway, it says, so she described hoodie guy as a weird person who was fairly aggressive and got into a lot of fights. Hoodie guy was not a person that she, Kaylee, or Maddie would typically associate with. Kaylee and Maddie left the corner club with him, and it was blank understanding that they were going to John's Alley. So, um, blank almost went with them. So it sounds like this person being interviewed almost went with him, but oh no, a guy almost went with him. Because isn't it a girl being interviewed? I was under the impression this was a girl. Yeah, because the three of them went to the corner club. It was three girls, right? So I don't know. So it sounds like they're saying some guy who I don't know, somebody, which was a guy, almost went with him. Um, but his friends convinced him to stay at the corner club. Blank did not see them leave, so she was not exactly sure what time that was. She thought it was strange that Kaylee and Maddie would both leave with Hoodie Guy, since he was not their type of people. She could not remember what time she and Blank left, but took a video of Blank drinking a beer. The timestamp of that video was 1 a.m. on Sunday, November 13th. After that, they left the corner club on foot. She was part of a group on Snapchat that included herself, Kaylee, Maddie, and several other people, or several others. Um, it was a group of friends and classmates. When Blank got home, she went to bed. She woke up on Sunday morning and saw a notification that a video had been sent from either Kaylee or Maddie. The video was of Kaylee and Maddie outside a food truck. She described them as acting goofy while taking the video and enjoying themselves. I wonder, remember when we all were like analyzing that grub truck video like crazy when it first came out, and we seen like it looked like they were taking a picture, or they were both like kind of like I think it was Kaylee was holding the phone out maybe, and like so the camera would get both of them. I wonder if that was the time um that they took that video, you know? Hey, Queenie, Queenie. Um, so hey, Aria, Mastal. Oh, hey, how have you been? Oh, how have you been? I'm glad you stopped in. Wow, it's been a while. Okay. Um, remember what, James? What you're referring to? I forget now all the stuff I said. Um, all right. So on December 7th, We have detective and sergeant. Okay, so they conducted an interview with blank. The interview was in reference to the murder. The interview took place at blank located in Boise. December 7th, the interview was in reference to the murder. The interview took place somewhere in Boise. They reported the following during the interview. She knew blank for approximately 6 years from going to high school together. On November 17th, she had beers at Prost with blank, blank, and other friends. Blank kept to himself and didn't talk much. This was not abnormal for blank. She stated blank was stressed due to reported showing up at his house, due to a reporter showing up at his house. She saw blank on November 25th at Amsterdam Lounge while she was there with her parents. Blank was asked if she thought blank or blank could have committed the murder. She said there was no way either of them could have done it. So I'm guessing Boise. Who's in Boise? Maddie's boyfriend, right? I'm guessing this is somebody, probably the same person that maybe even hung out with him that night. Remember, he was in Boise at somewhere hanging out. But I'm guessing, yeah, this is the girl that's friends with them too that lives in Boise. Um, and it's Jake, Maddie's boyfriend at the time. Yeah, well, Maddie's boyfriend, and she sees him out at the bar, and of course, I could see reporters going to his house because he's the boyfriend of one of the victims, and that. So I think they ask him, "Do you think Maddie's boyfriend?" And I think the second person is probably Kaylee's ex, right? So he's like, "Do you think they could have committed the murder?" She said, "There's no way that either of them could have done it." Okay. On November 16th, 8:36 a.m., Corporal Williford of the Idaho State Police assisted the Moscow Police Department by transporting evidence related to an investigation. Uh, um, I signed and received one item from Cassie Macy of the Moscow Police Department, an item 11 knife sheath in a sealed brown paper bag. I contacted Corporal Turrentine and informed him of the assignment and asked for assistance. I transported the evidence south and met with Corporal Turrentine. I maintained custody of the evidence from when I received it until I released it. Okay. So now they're interviewing somebody regarding information. The interview was conducted at his residence located at somewhere in Ada County, in Eagle, Ada County. All right. So it says blank made the following statements about the day leading up to the incident. He was there for 5 hours. Towards the end of his stay, blank apartment, most people had left to go to football game. There were about 20 people still there before he left. He walked back to the blank house at 6:37 p.m. At 12:30 a.m., he went to the blank fraternity. He left around 4:15 a.m. He was back at the blank house, fell asleep at 5. Of the victims, he knew Xana and Ethan. He had been to Xana's apartment more times than he could recall over the last year or two. He was at Xana's apartment the weekend before the homicides. The last time he saw Xana and her roommates was at the blank, specifically blank apartment around 3 to 5 p.m. Okay. November 27th to December 5th, they interviewed several people. Handwritten notes. Okay, I have a tip information. Um, November 27th. They met individually with 4 employees of blank who were working the evening November 12th and the morning of November 13th. Blank worked the shift as a blank while blank and blank all worked blank shifts. Okay, so blank stated the night was unremarkable and like most busy weekend nights at the bar, he did not recall any altercations or patrons who caught his interest. Now another person stated the night was unremarkable. Same thing. Nothing caught his eye. C. The third person stated that the night was unremarkable, like most busy weekend nights at the bar. He did not recall any altercations or patrons who caught his interest. He knew Maddie, Kaylee as regulars at the bar and served them drinks that evening. He said they held normal conversations during that evening. Now, a fourth person stated that the night was unremarkable. He believed an unknown man was thrown out of the bar for intoxication, but was unaware any altercations or patrons who caught his interest. He knew Maddie, Kaylee, and blank as regulars at the bar and saw them at the bar that night. Now, I don't know who this is. Could that be Jet? That almost looks like it could be Kaylee's ex or Hoodie Guy's name because the lengths of the first and last name. Anyway, the interviews were memorialized, handwritten notes added to the case file. Okay, November 28th, Detective Hopkins and I met with blank and her roommates in blank and blank at the blank apartments directly blank of the 1122 King Road. Blank related allegations of a stalking earlier in the school year involving blank. Ultimately, blank, a University of Idaho student at the time, was dismissed from the university and his fraternity. Blank was arrested by Moscow police officers on unrelated charges. Unrelated charges is September 2022. Blank was unaware of any actual stalking investigation conducted by law enforcement. Moscow Police Department was familiar with blank, and he was believed to have been in the Boise area the weekend of November 12th. I entered the audio recording interview. All right, December 2nd. I met with blank. Blank lived in blank in Moscow, and he was registered owner of a blank bearing Idaho license plate. The blank was parked in front of the apartments. Surveillance video footage on November 13th retrieved blank. Captured a SUV type vehicle resembling a blank leaving the parking lot east of blank around 4:24 a.m. Oh, so this was 4:24. An SUV type vehicle resembling a blank returned to the parking lot 6:30 a.m. Blank identified the blank as hers. She said she worked overnights at blank from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and she worked the night of November 12th. And would have returned home in the morning November 6th between 6:30 and 7. Blank said it was possible she parked in the lot east of blank in that morning, but she usually parked in front of her apartment. She said it was possible she came home during her work shift to check on her cats, but she could not recall. She knew 1122 King Road to be a party house. She recalled seeing two men standing outside the outside the closed front door around 5 p.m. on November 12th. Huh. Two men? Or like when I think of men, or did you just talk about like two guys? When people describe men, all the other times, like I don't remember, like it doesn't seem like anybody's using the word men. It makes me think it's like older men, but it very well could just be two guys, right? Like two college aged. I don't know. Anyway, let's see. So she recalled seeing two men standing outside the closed front door at 5 p.m. on November 12th. She described the men on their phones as if they had been turned away from the house. I entered the audio recording interview into evidence. December 5th. Detective and I met with blank at his parents' residence in Boise. I'm guessing, well, I don't know. Oh, he was the designated driver for blank fraternity members the weekend of November 12th. Designated drivers' duties are assigned on a weekly basis to freshman members. Huh. He was the only designated driver for the fraternity that day. He was driving his black blank. Members requested rides from blank via phone call or text messages. Blank members also communicate with one another over a group chat through GroupMe. He was a freshman member of blank. He is from Boise and knew of several members from Boise prior to attending the University of Idaho. He drove members and their friends to Moscow venues between 1:30 on November 12th to 2 a.m. Wait, he drove members and their friends to and from Moscow venues so all day from 1:30 to 2 a.m. On November 13th, blank estimated he had at least 50 rides to a variety of fraternity members and their friends during that time. Blank believed blank to be a former blank member of who had been kicked out of the fraternity for prior behaviors unknown to blank. Blank had been told by upperclassmen that blank was a low priority when requesting designated driver rides due to his status with the fraternity. Wait, wait, blank believed to be blank, bl to be a former blank member who had been kicked out of blank unknown to blank. Blank told had been told by upperclassmen that blank was a low priority. So they saying when he tries to request a designated driver that he's a low priority, right? They're not saying he was a driver. I guess that's what they're saying. He blank had been told by upperclassmen to watch out. Wow. For blank, blank and blank because they are known to be aggressive with the underclassmen. Huh. Blank knew blank as the former blank of the fraternity. Blank lived on one of the blank in the fraternity house. Blank. Blank blank, a bouncer at the corner club, and blank lived in the other two basement other two basement private rooms. Huh. Hmm. Blank said blank stayed in his room 90% of the time. Blank believed blank was banned from the corner club for fighting. Blank had taken blank to gas stations on several occasions prior to the weekend of 11/12 to buy beer. Blank always bought Keystone Light. Blank described both blank and blank as mysterious people. He said they normally kept to themselves and did not talk with other people. He did not like blank, but he liked blank. He had heard stories of them fighting other people. He said fraternity members liked blank, but no one liked blank. Anyway, so one person nobody liked, and one of them that some people liked. Specific to blank interactions with blank and blank that weekend, blank provided the following information and timeline. At 4 p.m., November 12th, blank picked blank and blank up from the blank party and took them to Taco Bell and gas station. The Tesoro off blank. Okay. Blank believed blank and blank bought Keystone Light beer at the gas station. At 4:30, blank dropped blank and blank off near blank residence in the parking lot of east of blank. Oh my gosh, that's why I'm laughing at you. I mean, just the way that sounds when you're trying to read them all, you're like, "Blank dropped off blank and blank, blank, blank." So sometimes I laugh at the blanks. Um, anyway, where are we at? Blank picked blank and blank up near blank residence, dropped them off at the blank house on campus. Blank could not recall a time he was requested to pick them up, and the request was not documented in text messages or his phone log. Blank never saw or heard from blank again that night. At 7:30, I received a text from blank to pick them up at the blank house, and blank ignored the text. Huh. At 9:30, blank received another text from blank to pick him up. Blank responded to the request, but he could not remember if he picked up blank at his residence or the fraternity house. He took him to the corner club. Blank never saw blank again that night. At 12:30 a.m. on November 13th, blank responded to the group chat on the GroupMe app, replying no to the question concerning flooding in a fraternity house bathroom. Huh. At approximately 2 a.m., blank returned to the fraternity house, went to the freshman's sleeping porch, hung out with fellow freshmen, sorority girls for the remainder of the night. Wait, so like, wait, where are we at? They have a freshman sleeping porch at the fraternity house? What? At approximately 2:10 p.m., blank posted on the group chat, "Have we taken tabs on the fellas?" referring to a head count of fraternity members upon news of the murders on 1122 King Road. I photographed text messages, contact information, and group chat text strings on blank's phone. I entered the audio recording of the interview with blank along with the aforementioned photographs into evidence. Now we have 12:08 p.m. FBI task force. They interviewed somebody regarding his interactions with Kaylee. Kaylee had been a blank in the blank from January to March 2022. December 9th, 12:08. They interviewed blank regarding his interactions with Kaylee. Kaylee had been a blank in the blank from January to March. Detective Powell and I met with blank at the blank located at Moscow, Idaho. What follows is a summary of the interview. He first met Kaylee January 2022 when she was placed blank by this is the one I was talking about. So she was placed blank by the University of Idaho as a blank which was part of the requirements of her blank degree. What was her degree again? I forget. Oh my god, Uncrustables are so good, Queenie. Um, I went over all their majors, but forgive me, I don't know why I cannot think of what her major was. Can somebody please tell me? Because I'm really curious because this person or whatever this person is to her, she was placed by the university as whatever, like as some kind of job, which is part of requirements of her degree. Kaylee was initially timid and struggled to connect with blank, which he attributed to complications of COVID-19 lockdowns. But see, this is why I think, because didn't they say, I remember reading in some of these documents that she did like babysitting, and it was a part of like where the university placed them, which I didn't understand that because like yeah, her major didn't seem like babysitting would be something that would be a part of a requirement, but it might just be like not necessarily specific in your field, but I don't know, because this is saying part of the requirements, but at the other, documents, it was just talking about how, like, some of them babysat and the university set it up. So I was just under the impression, oh, they just wanted to, get a little side job, and the university kinda set it up, students with, you know, parents of kids so they could, set up like the students could babysit, right? I'm guessing that's what it is, though. It sounds like that. Because think about it. To connect with what? I'm guessing that she was timid and struggled to connect with maybe the kids at first that she was babysitting. I don't know. Anyway, it says Kaylee did blank titled Fun Festivals of Africa during her time as a blank. Maybe it's not though. Maybe it's connect with the audience or something if it's marketing. I don't know, guys. But anyway, whoever placed her with this family or whatever she was doing to work, she had, was struggle with to connect with something, whether it be the kids or with maybe an audience. I don't know, depending on what she was doing. I do you guys not remember though them talking about babysitting in the school set them up with families or whatever. I remember that somewhere. But then this part, Kaylee did blank titled Fun Festivals of Africa during her time as a something. Don't know. The only time he had contact with Kaylee outside of the professional relationship was when he took his three daughters and wife to Kaylee's sorority house. So his daughter could sell chocolate bars to the sorority as a fundraising event for an international trip. The only communications he had with Kaylee was regarding her role as a blank and was typically via text message. So I don't know what she did. Um, wait, what? Instagram model, which is used for escorting. Mm. Okay, so anyway, he will periodically take blank to get coffee after they successfully complete their blank. So this can't be babysitting anymore. I'm like reading this now thoroughly. That makes no sense. It's something different, right? I don't know. They successfully complete some project, I'm sure. Whatever she's doing with this guy, okay? But anyway, he takes him to get coffee after they complete their blank. But he couldn't remember definitely if he had taken Kaylee to coffee during her time in blank. He couldn't remember the exact dates, but knew Kaylee was a blank from January to March. On the night of November 12th and into the early morning hours of November 13th, he was at home with his family. He was with his three daughters at home while his wife, blank, was at the ladies' night from about 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. He put his children to bed at 9 p.m. and then went to bed shortly after. When his wife arrived home around 10 p.m., he was already asleep in bed. He called his wife while He called his wife while we were speaking and placed it on speakerphone. She provided the same information as he previously provided. He was initially agreeable to providing his DNA, but was hesitant to allow his cell phone to be forensically extracted. He had to leave to blank, but agreed to provide DNA sample later that evening after discussing the matter of the cell phone extraction with his wife. At about 5 p.m., he contacted me by phone and told me he intended to seek legal counsel before providing DNA or allow his cell phone to be forensically extracted. He told me he would contact me on December 12th to finalize his decision. On December 12th, I processed the audio recording of the interview into evidence. So I am guessing, like I said, I don't think he has anything to do with the murder. That's not what I believe this is about. I think it's something in his phone he doesn't want the police to see, whether it be illegal or not. But it could be something like that. He could think, "Oh my God, what if they tell my wife?" Has something to do with his wife, or maybe it's something he is afraid he might get in trouble for. Because you notice originally he's like, yeah, the DNA, but then when it's the phone, he's like, ooh, that's what kind of bothered him. But I think he ended up being reluctant on both, so it didn't look obvious that it was just the phone. And it's like, oh, I'm gonna talk to my lawyer. Nope, I don't. Nope, neither. Not the DNA, nor the phone. Till I, discuss it with my lawyer. So that's interesting. Maybe just something he's embarrassed, something he's scared of, something he just doesn't want to get out, I'm guessing. It could just be something as simple as, like, maybe an affair or maybe something I don't know. It might not be necessarily something illegal. What do you guys make out of that, though? Do you think it's something he's just scared about his phone getting out or no? Anybody? Anybody? Okay. Where are we at? At about 5, he contacted me by phone, told me he intended to seek legal counsel. Oh, yeah, I even read that. Okay. On December 13th at 5, I contacted him by phone, but he failed to contact me the previous day. He told me he did not believe he had done anything wrong. He had been a good Samaritan by allowing Kaylee to be blank, and he didn't understand why he was on the contact list in the first place. Therefore, he was declining to provide DNA or his phone for extraction. And I think this is his notes that he took about what happened. So, January, February 2022, Kaylee started as a blank, placed by University of Idaho. 30 to 40 hours, blank, fun fest. Oh, this is exactly what we just read. And well, some of it fun festive of Africa. Saw her something outside of work, fundraising in February. Finished in March 22 with blank. Anxious sometimes, hesitant to blank. No known relationships, didn't talk about it. So basically, didn't talk about if she had a boyfriend or not, or a relationship. First heard about it from the news. Uh, Possible Starbucks run after 8, 9 bedtime. Usually was at home that night. Blank wife was gone to a girls' night until 10 p.m. Was asleep when she got home. Got up at 6ish on the 13th. Church, does it say church maybe? Phone and DNA. Yes, wants to talk to legal first. We'll call back on Monday. 12/13/22, 8:06 p.m. Blank declined to provide DNA or phone. Hmm. Oh, hey, Casey. Wait, did I say hi to you, Casey? Oh, hey, Lisa. Hmm. Okay. Now we have police detective and trooper conducted an interview with blank. The interview is in reference to the murder of Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana and Ethan, which occurred 1122. Interview took place blank located at somewhere in Idaho on December 12th, 1:38 p.m. The interview with was in reference to the murder. The tip was it took place in Emmett, Ohio. Hmm. Or Idaho. Why did I say Ohio? Emmett, Idaho. It's provided the tip was provided by blank from blank about information blank may have. He lived in Moscow, 2021, knew a guy named blank, unknown last name. He reported he was creepy and liked to go out and try to meet young girls at the bars. He lived at a trailer park. He couldn't give an address, but stated it was at blank. Coming into town, you would take a left and it would take you to the trailer park. He lives at that trailer park. He had a lot of knives and drove a blank or blank. He approximately 1:44 p.m. interview concluded. Okay, then they interviewed blank at Moscow Police Department regarding his activity on the evening of November 12th. Um, let's see, no, on the morning of November 12th and early morning November 13th. Confirmed it was his vehicle, a what? Wait, what? So regarding his activity on the evening of November 12th and early morning November 13th. So it says blank confirmed it was his vehicle, a white blank, captured on video camera as he returned home to Moscow around 2:48 on November 13th. Okay, so this would have been before Bryan's was caught on camera because 2:48 had been like a whole hour before. Anyway, but the question is, how did he know that they captured it on video camera? Or did they already tell him? And it's like, yep, that's his. I don't know. But anyway, they got his vehicle captured on a camera coming home at 2:48. Two subsequent interviews affirmed Blank's account. So this is they interviewed Blank regarding his activity on the evening of November 12th, early morning November 13th. On the evening November 12th, 2:30 a.m., he was bar hopping with his friends, Blank and Blank. He and Blank had a drink at Hunga Dunga, then walked to Mingles, where they shot pool most of the evening and were joined by Blank there. Then continued to John's Alley and stayed there until it closed at 2:30. After the bars closed, they walked to Blank House near Pizza Perfection, where he sobered up before driving his car home. After he arrived home, he went to bed, slept till 9 a.m. Once he woke up, he took the garbage to the dumpster, noting it was over full and needed to be emptied. Yeah, garbage everywhere from the pictures, guys. Not sure why there was so much trash. I don't know if that was trash day soon because, whoa, there was trash everywhere. Anyway, he returned to his apartment and ate breakfast. He did not know any of the victims, nor did he have any contact with them. At about 5 p.m., I spoke with him by telephone, and he affirmed the timeline of November 12th and 13th by providing the following information. He and Blank had dinner at Rants and Raves about 5 to 6 p.m. Then they went to Mingles, where they were joined by Blank until it started to slow down, then continued to John's Alley until closing at 2:30. After leaving John's Alley, he and Blank walked to his residence. Blank drove home around 2:30 to 2:45. He did not know any of the victims and he had not had any contact with any of them. However, a student in his class, Blank, did notify him that he would not be in class because he was a friend of one of the students and would be attending the memorial service. On November, so he must have been a professor, right? Or a TA or whatever, huh? On December 15th at 8:30 p.m., I spoke with him by phone and he affirmed that Blank's account on November 12th and 13th, providing the following details. So I don't know if this is somebody else, or is this the person they were with me he was with maybe? I don't know. Because it's gonna go like, they already talked to him about this, so it has to be maybe the person he was with. Anyway, they met says blank met blank and blank at Mingles at 8, where they stayed playing pool, drinking till about midnight. Then they walked to John's Alley, a few more drinks, stayed there till closing, 2:30. Once the bar closed, he parted ways with blank and blank as they began walking towards blank residence while he began hitchhiking home. Yeah, this has to be somebody else, whoever this professor went with. So this person or the either professor or TA. Okay, so this person, whoever was with him at the bar, began hitchhiking home located on blank Moscow until someone gave him a ride to the blank located across the street from his residence. Once he was home, he ate some food and then went to bed, where he stayed until about 12 p.m. He did not know any of the victims and had not had any contact with any of them. On December 15th, I processed and recorded the audio. Okay. 12:14, these are some notes. It says 12:14:22, 12th bar hopping on the means on the 12th. They're bar hopping 2:30 a.m. on the 13th, drove home around 3, 9:30 garbage to dumpster, 10:30 a.m. laundry, black or there's a bunch of blanks. R&R Mingles, John's Alley until closing. I have no idea. Something Kevin, I don't say Kevin. Something email friend of victim. I don't know, didn't know any of them, but that says friend of victim though. I don't know. Anyway, blank prof at WSU. Oh, so this is was he a professor at WSU? This person? I don't know. That's what that whatever. I mean, that's what this is standing for right here. Huh. Anyway, November 19th, 11:19. They called somebody with the date of birth 2002, a blank from ISP, issued cell phone while at the Moscow Police Department. November 19th, 11:19. Okay, so birthday 2002 at blank from ISP, issued cell phone while at the Moscow Police Department. Detective Andy Hodo was present. The intent was to set up a time for an interview, but I learned blank was out of town. Hodo started an audio recording shortly after. He informed us that she was out of the area and I began the interview. Blank started at the University of Idaho the year before, met Maddie and Xana through her sorority. She grew close with Xana. She met Kaylee around the middle of August. She met blank and blank through her blank the year before, and their relationship grew closer after the start of the year. She visited 11222 King Road at least once every weekend and described it as a party house. Um, or yeah, sorry. She would usually arrive at the house before other guests. The parties consisted of playing games and drinking. Blank described the party as people mingling with each other and playing beer pong and being more relaxed than rowdy or rambunctious. There were only a few occasions where Blank would go there simply to watch a movie or do something other than party. The parties occurred about once a week on Friday or Saturday and were normally attended by 20 to 30 people. The other person said 50 or 60 people, remember? All right, I'm throwing out this gum. I don't know why to tell you that story. Like you care. Okay. So if a person showed up randomly to the party without being invited, they would not be allowed to stay. They had not been there when that had happened. She knew of a house close by where Xana had lived the year before where athletes would show up at a party if they heard about it. However, they were not welcome and were asked to leave. She te- she later texted me a picture of a map of the neighborhood and circled the residence where Xana lived previously. The address for the house she pointed out was blank. She said she was dating a male named Blank who lived in Boise and thought they had dated for a couple of years. She had not met Blank and did not believe he had visited Moscow. So I'm guessing they're talking about Maddie here. Blank said blank. No, Maddie never does. Anything redacted, so is it Dylan? Was Dylan's boyfriend from, Boise? Anyway, it says blank would usually visit blank during school breaks. The only complaint blank had about blank was how much he played video games. She did not believe blank had a relationship with another male during this time. Blank did not have a boyfriend at the time. She somewhat dated a male named Blank, and they blank at least once, but the relationship did not really develop. Ethan stayed with Xana almost every night. She did not see Ethan and Xana on Saturday night, November 12th, but had seen them Friday and described their relationship as good. She described Ethan as helpful to the other girls, and she said he seemed fit in the house without any issues. She had met Maddie's boyfriend a couple of times and had last seen him at homecoming at the beginning of October. She didn't know Maddie that well, and they did not have a deep personal discussions. She had not met Kaylee's boyfriend. When Blank was at the house, Kaylee was usually gone or upstairs in her room. On the night of November 12th, she was at another house party with some other friends. She later sent me a picture of the location of the other house party, which was blank. Blank listed the attendees of that party as blank, 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 and eventually blank. Okay. There are potentially other attendees, but she did not know everyone, so she could not remember. All attendees were students. At this time, Blank thought Ethan and Xana were still at the blank party. When Blank left, Blank so when Blank left Blank, she and Blank got a ride from a sober freshman in a fraternity to 1122 King Road. They got a ride from a sober freshman in a fraternity. Okay. So I'm guessing they're talking about Xana and Ethan, right? She cannot remember the make of his car. She cannot remember exact times that she left the party and went to 1122 King Road. Unless if she's talking about her leaving with somebody. Anyway, she had taken videos and photographs that night and said the timestamp was from the last video at blank was at 11:54. The timestamp from the first video of 1122 King Road was at 12:43. When she arrived with blank at 1122 King Road, she went straight to the bathroom on the main floor. They entered through the front door with the keypad lock. Several other people have the front door code, and the sliding door on the main level had not been locked when she was there. She believed Blank got home right after she and Blank, but knew they all arrived around the same time. She was not aware of anybody else being home and stayed on the main floor the entire time she was there. After Blank went to the bathroom, so after this person being interviewed, after she went to the bathroom, because remember, she said she went straight to the bathroom. They went to the kitchen where Blank made popcorn. Blank sat on the floor and played with Murphy, Kaylee's dog. She thought that Blank had let Murphy out. After popcorn was made, they went to the living room and started watching Vampire Diaries. They didn't have much conversation while watching the movie. They took several selfies and videos. After leaving, Blank walked back to her sorority house. The timestamp on the last photograph she took at 1122 King Road was at 1:33 a.m. And the first timestamp from media at her sorority was 2:19 a.m. She estimated wait, I don't understand the first time from media at her sorority. Maybe when she got home, right? 2:19. She estimated it took about 15 minutes for her to walk home. While Blank was at 1122 King Road, she was only aware of Blank and Blank being present and did not see or know anyone else at the house. She left through the front door and did not see anything of note while walking home. After leaving, she did not hear from Blank or Blank until after receiving the vandal alert the next day. So that has to be Bethany and Dylan, right? Because they're the only names they blank from the house. So at least one of the blanks that was there has to be one of the roommates. So it could have been either Dylan or Bethany with somebody else, but I think they were together, right? That night when they went out? So I'm guessing think I think they got home together. So I'm guessing it was them 2 that, she this person that came over, hung out with, and watched Vampire Diaries with Bethany and Dylan, right? Okay. She could not think of anyone who would be capable or involved in this incident. She could not remember any instance of victims mentioning a stalker or anything like that. She sent me several screenshots of social media contacts and contact cards for some of the people she mentioned. She also sent pictures and videos she took that night at blank and 1122 King Road, as well as the previously mentioned map screenshots. The audio recording of the interview, as well as the photographs sent, were saved with this report. Wait, there's some, hold on a second. There was some part that, where did it go? I must have skipped over because there's a part I remembered from this. I wanted to ask what you guys thought about. Where is it? Hold on. Let's see if it's just in a different one. Huh. Maybe it's in something coming up. I swear it was this person though. Okay. Huh. No, maybe it's coming up. All right. So now we have interview took place. I recorded the interview with my cell phone. Date of birth 73 and 75. So 2 people. So they met with 2 different people. Wait, met with 3, because look, okay, Detective Herman met with blank, date of birth 2002 for a follow-up interview. This interview took place at ISP District 2 office in Lewiston. I recorded the interview with my cell phone, ISP issued cell phone. And then it says blank was brought to District 2 by blank, date of birth 75, and blank 70, date of birth 73. All right. So first one is date of birth 2002 for a follow-up interview. Okay, so it says blank had previously sent me the this, so that's why it's in this one. Okay. It's a follow-up interview for the one we just read. So she's had previously sent me the videos and photographs she took with her cell phone on the night of 11/12. She had been at a party at blank with blank and several other people before to going to 1122. I had blank show me the videos and photographs again so I could verify timestamps and confirm her when her last media at blank in the first media at 1122 King Road was captured. Blank estimated that when she and blank arrived at 1122 King Road on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being passed out drunk, they were both a 6 or 7. Blank thought she might have been more intoxicated than blank was. Um, the first video blank said was captured at 112 King Road had a timestamp of 11/13 at 12:43 a.m. She and blank arrived together and nobody else was home. Blank said when she got to 1122 King Road, she went immediately to the bathroom on the second floor and used it. The video begins of a close up of blank using the rear facing camera and switches to the main camera and zooms in on a pile of clothes in the bathroom. There was a pair of Calvin Klein boxer briefs among them, and blank believed the clothing to be Ethan's. I was reading this and I was trying to figure out, like, okay, you go to this person's house, your friend's house. The first thing you do is you go to the bathroom. I get that they're drinking, she's got to pee, but like, why is she filming the inside of the bathroom and like zooming in on the pile of clothes that's in the bathroom? Ethan's boxer briefs. I don't know. I thought that was kind of interesting. Like, wait, what? Why is she filming inside the bathroom? The next video, and I'm not bringing that up because I'm saying that I think that there's some. suspicious on her. That's not at all where my brain goes. So I'm just thought it was interesting that she was filming the bathroom. Okay, the next video was 12:48 a.m. Um, and depicted Blank sitting on the floor of the kitchen petting Murphy, Kaylee's dog. She previously told me that Blank had made popcorn before they watched a movie, and that she cannot remember exactly when Blank arrived. In this interview, Blank remembered that she and Blank were already on the couch watching Vampire Diaries when Blank arrived home. Um, oh, it's okay, Joe. Oh, maybe you rewatch it when you're laying in bed or something. I don't know, Casey. It's a video. It actually wasn't even a picture, it was a video. And I don't understand because think about it. And like I said, I'm not bringing this up because I think it has anything to do with the murders. I don't at all. But think about it. So she goes into the bathroom and like she's going to the bathroom and that was what she thinks of. Like, let me turn on the phone and film in the bathroom. And then she like starts zooming in on the pile of clothes and then which has Ethan's boxers. I don't know. It is kind of interesting. I don't know exactly. Oh, hey, Delana. Okay. So then she's filming and somebody petting Murphy. We don't know who, it's blanked out. So somebody sitting on the floor petting Murphy. Okay. So Blank had several photographs and videos taken while she was watching Vampire Diaries in the living room with Blank and Blank. At 1:24, she took a selfie with Blank. At 1:24, she then took a selfie with Blank and Blank. At 1:28, she took a selfie with Blank. These pictures appear to be taken on the couch. The last picture taken at 1122 King Road had a timestamp of 1:33 a.m. The picture was of Blank asleep under a blanket and had been dozing off during the movie. So we know that had to be either Dylan or Bethany because those are the ones that they blank out. So one of them was kept falling asleep under a blanket. Okay. The first level of 1122 King Road had an unoccupied bedroom with a bed in it. Blank and Blank offered the bed to Blank if she just wanted to stay the night there. Blank considered it but decided to go home. Blank had previously stayed in the spare bedroom and knew the bed was not very comfortable. Um, She's probably like, "Oh my god, like, thank God I didn't. Like, what would happen if I would've stayed there?" You know? I mean, who knows? It coulda changed everything. Who knows? One little change in the sequence of events that night coulda changed stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy to think about. Blank stated she didn't pass any of the other 4 roommates on her way home. The first picture Blank had back at her sorority was taken at 2:19 a.m. The picture was of a partial bagel on the floor. So remember, this is back at her place. She estimated it takes about 15 minutes to walk home from 1122 King Road back to her sorority. She went immediately to her room on the 3rd floor, got a bagel, prepared it, and ate part of it before she dropped it. Her best guess was that she had left 1122 King Road at 2 a.m. So I wonder, did she go by herself? She's probably thinking, "Oh my god." I mean, they're probably rethinking ever walking by themselves again. The only drug use Blank could recall of the 4 victims was Ethan and Xana was occasionally blank. Or was that Ethan and Shayna occasionally blank? We had received a tip of an incident that had occurred during Parents' Weekend at University of Idaho in blank and blank's travel trailer. Huh. After speaking with Blank, we spoke to Blank and Blank regarding it. They told us that a male named Blank, believed date of birth 2002, had hit a student's mother in the head with a water bottle. Blank removed Blank from the trailer, dragged him across the parking lot, and told him he was never welcome in the trailer again, and sent him away with a sober driver. In their opinion, he was extremely intoxicated and was only the contribute and that was the only contributing factor of in the indecent incident. Oh my god, I can't read. In the incident. So that doesn't make sense. Indecent. No, incident. Okay. So I wonder if he purposely, like, hit her. You know what I'm saying? Was it, like, intentional, like, hit her in the head with the water? Did he throw it or, like, somebody's mother? That's kinda wow. Okay. So Detective Cody conducted interviews with the following individuals. So we got one of these where it just gives the birthday, phone number. I mean, it gives all the information, but it's all blank. So we have birthdays. I'm going to just name their birthdays 93, 56. We got an older person up in here. 56, 98, 2002, 2000. And when I say older, I just mean like not a student. When I see like a birthday where it's like somebody that's definitely not a student, it makes you wonder, like, okay, who are they? Okay, 2000, 98, 97. This one doesn't have, huh? Didn't put a date of birth here. 83, no date of birth here. 82, 2002. And then it says vehicle canvass in Eastern Washington done by ISP Detective William Adams and Detective Cody Herman on 11/29. We have blank blank tip 5073, blank Moscow receipt collection and video request, blank blank tip 4909, blank tip 6254, follow up with blank date of birth 2002, blank blank tip 387. Blank date of birth 2002, blank, blank on 12/16. Okay. 11/16 at 6:08. The following is a summary of the conversation. Okay, so birthday 1993. Blank claimed his second cousin, blank blank, may know the female victims. He believed that he had attended University of Idaho as a student during the same time as the victims. He has not spoken with blank for approximately 10 years. And did not have blank's phone number. He believes he may know the victims because he spoke to blank's mother, blank, via Facebook recently and made mention that blank may know the victims. Um, Blank stated blank was rushing sororities, and that is why she may know the victims. She d- Blank does not have blank's phone number and only contact with her through Facebook. Blank did not have any suspicions or details of the crime. Blank was given detective's phone number and asked to try to get blank or blank's phone numbers. Blank's name is not listed on any of the provided sorority roster. Okay, on 11/17 at 12:18, that'd be in the afternoon, they contacted blank via phone call. Um, I'm trying to see if it's a he or she so I could word it. Talk, you know what I'm saying, and be able to fill it in like he or she. I don't know. Anyway, blank would be accurately described as a blank who has no relation to any of the victims. This person lives in Virginia, has never been to Idaho. This person started looking at the victim's social media accounts for suspicious activities after seeing the news coverage of the crimes. They reported Kaylee as an Instagram account. They reported Kaylee has an Instagram account. Kaylee had posted a picture of herself in a bikini approximately 3 years ago on her Instagram account, and blank believed a male named blank left a suspicious comment under the picture. The comment stated blank. This comment was posted 172 weeks ago, according to Instagram. Blank's Instagram handle is reported to be blank and has a Facebook account with a background photo of blank. This doesn't help. I mean, it's like who? Anyway, according to blank may have gone to the same blank as Kaylee and maybe blank than Kaylee Gonzalez. What? Maybe blank than Kaylee. I don't know. Blank said blank's social media accounts appear to have shown him. It's a him. Okay. Or wait, it could be talking about whoever he's talking about actually, or she. Anyway, so blank said blank's social media accounts appear to show him as an avid hunter and fisher. He stated that blank would be very familiar with the use of knives because he is a hunter and fisher. Made comments stating his concern about how awkward it would have been for Kaylee to go blank as blank after that comment. So he's basically talking about somebody that commented 172 weeks ago, okay, that he saw on Kaylee's account that is a avid hunter and fisher, which is showing because I know that we're looking for people who would be very what's the word? Familiar with the use of knives because the person who did it, seemed like they knew how to use a knife is at least what we all thought, originally, which a lot of people were thinking, is this person a hunter that did her? And that's why, like the hoodie guy, a lot of people were like, man, because there's pictures of hoodie guy, hunting with the deer. And so he was definitely a hunter. But I don't know who this person is. It's probably just some random person that commented on Kaylee's Instagram. That's this person that was looking into it just saw that and wanted to report it. Anyway, and the detective gave him his phone number. Detective Cody and Andy contacted him via recorded phone call. Blank reported throwing her garbage away in the dumpster in front of her fourplex residence on 11/17 at 2:30 p.m. While throwing her garbage away, she noticed a gray colored smartphone with no cover in the dumpster. Huh. So this is somebody else now. Not that person that saw the Instagram. I'm pretty sure it's a different person now. This person was one person reporting that. Now this person's reporting seeing a smartphone that didn't have a cover on it in the dumpster, and she stated the dumpster usually gets picked up on Thursday morning at 7 a.m. Wait, so now we know, is that trash day for everybody would be Thursday? Or I wonder if, sometimes certain dumpsters have different days, but if that's the case, this was on Saturday. Why was there so much trash? Can you imagine if that is trash day Thursday, which means they would have to go 5 more days without, oh my gosh, why so much trash? Talk about all like around there. Wow. That'd only be a couple days worth of trash. Wow, why is there so much? Um, filling in the blanks. Just like making up names. She fell in love. Um, Wait, smacking? Why you heard me smacking, Mamma Mia? Are you joking? I hope not. How are you though? Yay, Sly 82. Yes, Lisa, how are you? Oh, I thought the party was Friday. Wasn't the party at their house Friday? Okay, anyway, let me continue. Sorry, I was looking at chat. All right. State of the dumpster usually gets picked up Thursday at 7. Blank state of the garbage was picked up this morning. Wait, what day was it picked up this morning? What day is this interview? 11/17. I think it was. Blank stated the garbage was picked up this morning and there was not a lot of garbage in the dumpster. Whoa. She lives at blank in the Moscow, Idaho. This residence a couple miles away from King Street. Scene. They contacted ISB Sergeant Justin Klitsch and requested a retrieval of the phone. Sergeant Glitch retrieved the phone at approximately 14:20, so it'd be 2:20, and brought it to Detective Herman. The phone is silver Samsung Galaxy. They transferred the phone to Moscow. That's it for that. And then we have at approximately, oh wait. Oh, we skipped something. How did that happen? Or no, I didn't. Wait, where did that, where? Hold on a second. Where did I just left off? Not. Wow, somehow I just skipped something and I thought it was the end. Okay, wait. Requested Detective Hermes transferred the phone, no further information. Okay, on 11/17, the sergeant contacted blank at University of Idaho volleyball game due to suspicious behavior. Huh. During that interaction, this person requested representation. Huh. So some sergeant contacted some person at the University of Idaho volleyball game due to suspicious behavior. During the altercation, this person requested representation. Huh. Blank was released and agreed to come back on 11/18 on 2/22. Huh. 11/18 at 10:05, Sergeant made a recorded call to blank at blank. Um, then blank answered and agreed to come to Moscow for an interview. Blank advised he was unable to find a lawyer, but he ultimately decided he did not need one. Okay. At 10:25, he arrived at Moscow and was interviewed by Detective Herman. During the interview, he explained how he was nervous because of the heavy police presence and he made a mistake by running from the police. He stated he currently lives at blank and blank alone and is currently going to the University of Idaho for blank and is in blank currently. Blank claimed to own a blank that has faded silver paint. The following is a timeline blank provided as an alibi during the time of the homicides. At 2:30, 11:12, he went hiking at Moscow with two friends named blank. 6:45, blank and blank both attended Washington for blank. Blank became friends with blank and blank after meeting them in WSU supporting sporting event. At 7 p.m., blank and blank ate dinner at the eatery on campus. At 7:45, they finished dinner and was given a ride to the movie theater in Pullman. Blank and blank and blank and blank watched the movie Wakanda with a start time at 8:15. At 10:45, the movie got over and blank gave blank a ride back to blank's apartment where the first two stayed the night. Blank lives in an apartment rented by blank. Blank did not know the exact address or apartment number. Blank stated the apartment was not on campus. Blank stated that blank has lived at the apartment for 18 plus months. At 11:30 on 11/13, blank gave blank a ride back to Idaho where they ate at the Iron Walk. After eating, blank dropped blank off at his apartment. Campus video surveillance showed blank was not in his apartment between approximately 7 on 11/12 to 12 p.m. on 11/13. Huh. They ate an Iron Walk. Interesting. What is that? Huh. Anyway, on Friday, 11/18 at 2:30, Idaho State Police spoke with somebody, date of birth 2000 at phone blank. At phone blank? What? The call is recorded. Blank reported his address to be in Moscow. The apartment is two-bedroom apartment. His roommate's name blank. The phone number is blank. He reported only being good friends with Kaylee. He and Kaylee went to blank together, and Kaylee is 1 year younger than him. He stated he kind of shows he kind of knows Maddie, but he has never met Xana or Ethan. His activities on 11/12 to 13th are reported to be as follows. At 2:30 on 11/12, he walked from his apartment to the Vandals football game with his roommate and friends. The friends who joined him were as follows. And they name all of them. They're all blankety blanks. Blank and company stayed at the football game till 6:30. At this time, Blank and some other friends split up and walked back to Blank's apartment. Blank, and Blank hung out at the apartment till 10:30 p.m. At 10:30 p.m., Blank and Blank went to the corner club. Once at the corner club, the four of them mingled and drank with friends at the bar till 1 a.m. When and Blank left the corner club, they got a ride from an unknown designated driver who drives a Nissan Xterra. They reported that they were pulled over right as they left the corner club, but the driver was sober, so no one was arrested. Wait a minute. Okay. We're getting there, guys. Okay, where are we at? Nobody was arrested because they had a designated driver. Blank reported they arrived at his apartment at 1:30 and went to bed at 2. Blank and Blank slept in Blank's bedroom. Blank slept on the couch and Blank slept in his bedroom. Blank reported waking up after hearing a dog go berserk barking outside. Blank estimated the dog was barking for 30 to 45 minutes before he looked at his phone and saw it was 4:45 a.m. Blank reported 5 to 10 minutes after 4:45 hours the dog quit barking. Blank stated that he believed that the dog was outside while barking because it was loud and the window was shut. So this is the one where he's thinking the dog was outside, which he very well could have been because we know the door was open. Well, we know the front door and the sliding door was open. So that's kind of crazy. Huh. Anyway, the dog was barking loud and the window was shut. So he stated he believed the dog was outside while barking because it was very loud and the window was shut. He fell back asleep at 5 a.m. At blank 10:15 hours on 11/13th. And blank woke up and went to the corner club to get blank's vehicle. After dropping off blank at her vehicle, and blank went to McDonald's to get breakfast. What time? At 10? Oh, at 10:15. So in the morning. Okay. Blank and blank left McDonald's and headed home. They arrived home and woke blank up to give him breakfast. Hmm. On November 19th at 11:21 a.m., they conducted an interview with blank birthday 98 at Moscow Police Department. Osborne sought out police for a voluntary interview. Blank told detectives he lived with his parents at blank in Princeton, Idaho, and his phone number was blank. He felt that he needed to tell the police about a strange encounter he had with blank. He explained he knew blank from school as they played football together. Oh. Anyway, ouch. Okay, so Blank stated he had not seen Blank in a long time since then, but ran into him in a store in Potlatch, Idaho about 2 months ago. During that interaction, Blank said they exchanged pleasantries. Blank told Blank he was working as a blank in Moscow. After a short conversation, the two went their separate ways. On November 17th at maybe 5:15 p.m., Blank arrived home to see Blank outside of his house. He appeared to be looking for something using a flashlight on his phone. Wait, it wouldn't be dark, would it? Huh, would it? I guess, I mean, 5:15 in November, the middle of the winter, I mean, it wouldn't be dark, dark. Huh. Could be like the sun could be setting, but like so anyway, it says he arrived home to see Blank outside his house appeared to be looking for something using a flashlight on his phone. Blank said his parents were not home at the time and his house was not equipped with cameras. Huh. He said that he got out of his truck, hugged Blank, and decided to talk in Blank's truck as it was still running. Huh. So he got out, he hugged him. This sounds familiar too, like I read something about it. Um, anyway, so and did they decided to talk in Blank's truck as it was still running. Blank is a logger and had his tools and chainsaw with him. That's right. I remember this. Okay, so he had his tools and chainsaw with him and needed to move it to make room for Blank to sit. Blank told Blank he had recently learned how to use a chainsaw and was feeling the blade of Blank's saw. Huh. Blank told Blank his blade felt dull. Hmm. That he should sharpen it. He made room for the two of them, got into the truck to stay warm. So the person this is not his truck, right? He's like feeling his this other guy's saw blade and was like, "Oh, your blade's a little dull. You should sharpen it." Like, what? Blank told detectives Blank was drunk as he could smell it. And Blank was moving slowly. He stated that he spoke in the truck for approximately 25 to 30 minutes. During that time, he told him that he was drinking and partying all the time. Only had one friend who he knew to be Blank, an unknown spelling, and wanted Blank to hire him as a blank. Hmm. Blank told detectives his conversation with Blank appeared to be a cry for help, as if he might have done something bad or maybe unalive himself, and told Blank he was tired, was going to go eat dinner. At the local Blank church. As Blank went to get out of his truck, his brown coat lifted, and Blank saw Weaver had what appeared to be a knife on his belt positioned at his back. Blank said the knife looked like a folding type and was in a leather pouch with a top flat button closure. Um, this made Blake feel very uneasy. He told detectives that he got out of his truck and went to his car as Blank's girlfriend was pulling up and proceeded to throw up before driving away. Hmm. From Blank's house. Blank waited a little bit, then drove to the Blank church and saw Blank's car, what he described as a blank bearing Idaho's license plate. Blank parked at the church. He did not go inside the church, only took a picture of the license plate and left. At the time of this interview, Blank had not spoken to Blank since that day. Blank told detectives he had nothing else to add at this time, but was available for a follow up if needed. I wonder who he was talking about. That's interesting. After law enforcement records check, Blank was identified as Blank Yeah. Date of birth 2000, has a teal something, registered at Hembaron, Idaho license plate, last known address was blank, Potlatch, Idaho. See recording audio, no, okay, on November 19th at 6:06, so tip 0072, Detective Herman left a voicemail pertaining to this tip. This person returned the phone call at 6:06 PM. Reported the following. He does not know any of the victims. On about or around 8:20, he was working at blank in Moscow. He was working in the kitchen and was told by other workers there was an irate customer in the drive-through. After the customer left, he found a post on Facebook by blank. The post was made 8:20. The post stated the following. So we at 8, what time is it? So this is on 8:20. Huh. Okay. So here's what it says. Okay. So PSA for the Moscow Pullman area. We were going through the blank drive-through and this guy in a dark blue blank pulled up behind us. As long wait, what? As I was ordering a kid's meal for blank, he started screaming at us and cussing us out because he allegedly had no AC and was hot. He then proceeded to back out and pull away as we pulled forward to the window. He then pulled up behind us while we were waiting for our food. This MF literally pulled out a 6-7 inch knife and flashed it at me. When I looked in my mirror and then jabbed it, wait, hold on. So he pulls out this knife, flashed it at me. When I looked in my mirror and then jabbed it towards my vehicle, he is absolutely psychotic. Psychotic. He had a Washington plates. Blank also reported suspicious Instagram account. This account is blank. So it's passed on to the FBI. Huh. Now they have blank owns the building at blank in Moscow. This building contains 3 separate apartments. On 11/12, blank and his wife stayed in one of those apartments because they were renovating. Sorry. Blank went to bed around 10:30. Sometime after midnight, early morning, 11:13, Weber was awoke by a voice calling out the name Jesse. Huh. I wonder how close these are to the wow, so he's went to bed at 10:30, and then so, like, a couple hours after that, sometime after midnight, he was awoke to a voice calling out the name Jesse. Huh. After that, on unknown time, Blank was awoken by the sound of a low-tone vehicle exhaust accelerating away from the area. Blank did not look at the times these events occurred. Like, where is this at? Is this really close to I wonder the house? Blank provided the following names of tenants living at blanky blank 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 blank. Okay, on 11:30, ISP police detective Cody Herman spoke with blank, date of birth 83, regarding blank, date of birth 1982. Blank has worked for blank at the blank since 2017. During that time, he got to know the blank of the blank. Probably the people he worked with, right? The blank was blank. Blank believed blank was the blank from sometime before in 2017 until May 2022. God, why can't you at least give us some of this? Blank described blank as always jovial and with some dark humor. Blank believed blank to be a blank veteran who did something with blank and wore glasses. God, like they can't tell us some of these words though. Like besides names, can't you just Ugh. I don't get it. I don't get it. Driving me nuts. Anyway, Blank called in a tip because he had heard Blank was let go from Blank due to a peeping Tom incident. Huh. So I mean, somebody called in a tip. Oh, I see. They just called in a tip about the person that was let go. Blank did not have firsthand knowledge of the incident, but believed Blank was caught by using binoculars or a camera to spy through the windows of the Blank. Huh. Behind blank. Believe blank was inside the blank while spying across the alley into the sororities. So creepy though. Some people are so creepy. I can't. Blank recalled running into blank at Walmart shortly after being let go from blank and told blank he left blank to work for blank. Blank because it was a better job. Blank was unsure if blank still works for blank. Blank believed blank has a family in the Tri-Cities, Washington area. Blank believed his coworker blank may have more information about blank's personal life. Whose personal life? Blank also believed blank, who is in the blank for the blank. My lord, may have more details of the specific peeping Tom incident that blank was involved with. Um, Says blank office phone number is blank. So wait. On November November 3rd. November 30th, sorry. Zoned out for a minute. Detective Adams and Cody spoke with blank at blank regarding tip 3633. Blank reported he was working at blank and had a suspicious man apply for a job September 27th. The applicant's name was blank. During the interview, blank told blank that he left his employment at blank because of a peeping Tom incident. Blank told blank he quit his job at blank by not showing up to work and out of embarrassment after the peeping Tom incident. But wait, during an interview, he told blank he left his appointment at quit his job by not showing up. But embarrassment, I'm confused because it would. Why would it be embarrassing to him unless is he the one that did it? Hold on. Wait, the applicant's name was blank. During the interview, blank told blank he left his employment at blank because of a peeping Tom incident. Huh. Quit his job by not showing up for work out of embarrassment after the peeping Tom incident. Blank reported his home to be at the end of blank on Moscow. I'm confused. Are they saying that because he was the one that they suspected? I don't know. Anyway, at approximately 12:38, this would be PM though. Detective contacted blank on the phone and was stated he was currently living at blank in Moscow, Idaho, and working at blank, and stated he knew why his name would be on the list because of his history. He explained the following regarding his whereabouts on 11/12 to 13. He stated on 11/12 he was most likely hanging out with friends blank and blank at their residence off blank in Moscow. Further research found blank, date of birth 72, living at blank in Moscow with blank, his date of birth 75, at 10 to 11 on Saturday, so 10 to 11 p.m. on the 12th. He left somebody or something and headed home to blank. He stated that he may have stopped at a gas station, but he does not remember. He stated he does not have any roommates and he did not leave his apartment until 8 or 9 a.m. On Sunday the 13th. When he left his apartment, he went back over to blank's. So basically, he was over at somebody's house at 11 or 12. or no, 10 or from 10 to 11, right? On the 12th at night, and then he left and headed home to Blank's. Oh, so wherever he lives, he headed home. He may have stopped at the gas station, and then he, I guess, went to bed till about 8 or 9 and went back over to that other place in the morning. After the phone call ended, he called Detective Herman back and stated he may have been home alone that night of 11/12. He could not remember if Blank had a local volunteer search and rescue meeting at her house that weekend in order to prepare for an upcoming conference. Um, Ow, my butt is hurting. Is this a girl or guy though? No, his friends. Okay, so what is this about? He may have been home alone, or wait, but he couldn't remember if Blank had a local volunteer search and rescue meeting at her house in order to prepare an upcoming conference. Blank provided Detective Herman with a blank and blank phone numbers and advised that Blank would be able to provide specific details on that. He expressed his want to help to eliminate himself as a suspect any way possible and provide and volunteered to provide a DNA sample. They scheduled a meeting for 5 p.m. on the December 1st. On December 1st at 4:30, they met with this person and they checked his driver's license to confirm his identity, stated he knew his alibi of being home the night of the murders was not very good, so he wanted to volunteer his DNA. They collected 2 DNA swabs from Blank and entered them into Moscow Police Department. But why were they interviewing this guy anyway? Like, what? Why was he on the list anyway? Anybody catch that? Anyway. He got to know the people of the dark. He has dark humor. Blank called in a tip because he had heard that Blank was let go from. Oh, hmm. Oh, because the peeping Tom. Okay. That's all that was. That's why. Oh, duh. I think I'm getting tired because the interview was I was picturing something else. Like, just ignore my comments on this last one. That's a product of me being tired. Okay. Of how I just thought what was going on in that interview. Oh, I cracked myself up. If you guys didn't catch it, then good. Because that was silly thought. Silly thought. Okay. This is the one that said he knew his name would be on the list because of his history. That's kind of okay. So on December 1st at 6:05, they conducted an interview with somebody, date of birth 2002, at the Moscow Police Department. He told or she told detectives she was a blank or blank. She was a blank or blank lives at the blank sorority. She stated she knew blank from being in the same rush group. Um, wait, met blank through blank and blank, who are mutual friends. She said she had known blank and blank since about August of 2021. She described her activities during the day of November 12th and the early morning hours of November 13th. She went to blank or blank for a barbecue around 1 with blank, blank, and blank. Um, and blank, and blank, a bunch of blanks. Okay. And then, and blank's brother, unknown phone number, went to the Vandal game 3 or 4 with blank, and blank, stayed at the game till about halftime and went back to blank and was there till 8:30. They went to blank with blank, and so they could change to go to blank's 21st birthday party at a blank and blank out of the house residence on the house. Wait, on blank.
left around 11:30 with blank and went to the blank house. While at the blank house, blank and blank hung out with blank, Xana, Ethan, in blank's apartment. They hung out for a couple hours at the house and ran into blank at around 12 to 12:30. Blank told her she couldn't get drunk. Oh, this is the one about Dylan can't get drunk. So it has to be Dylan now that because we've seen some of the other ones where somebody like mentioned, well, if she couldn't like pointed out like, oh, if she couldn't get drunk or remember she said that, so how was she drunk? You know what I'm saying? They were pondering that. So this has to be who they're talking about. So they hung out for a couple hours at Blank's house, ran into it has to be Dylan at around 12 to 12:30, and Dylan told her that she couldn't get drunk and made a statement to the effect she wasn't feeling it. Well, that's 2 people said that that night, but it's gotta be Dylan. That only makes sense with what we heard on another statement. Anyway, it says blank stated at one point, blank told her she wanted to go to blank, blank, blank avenue, but blank was not ready to leave yet. Blank left the blank house and went to the blank lodge and hung out for a while. Blank and blank left around 1:15 to 1:30 and went to blank's house. Blank did not go with blank to blank's house. There's too many blanks. Feels like there's even more blanks now. At blank's house was blank, 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 and blank. Oh my god. Blank said blank only stayed for 10 minutes, then walked home. Blank left blank's house at 3:30 a.m. with blank and went to pie blank to drop blank off, and blank went to blank so blank could eat. After blank ate, blank and blank went to blank's house, and blank and stayed the night there. Blank described her activities on the day of November 13th after waking up as follows. She woke up around 10 to 11 a.m., went home, showered, grabbed food, coffee, went back to blank's, found out about the murders from blank at around 7 or 7:30 p.m. They went to blank's hotel where blank and blank were staying. Um, Blank left the hotel at 9:30 with blank, blank, and blank, and blank. They told detectives while she was at the hotel, blank told them that she saw someone in the house wearing a ski mask and made eye contact with them, but did not know what was going on because she was out of it. This struck me as odd because she remembered blank saying she wasn't getting drunk that night. See, I remember reading this, but I don't think it's because I necessarily read this page. Because think about like as we're reading down the pages, we are going down, and then we's like, "Oh, we just read this a couple pages up." So they're just repeating some stuff for some reason. But anyway, so she's saying they're talking about like it's weird because Dylan said that. Or I guess it could be Bethany. Were we able to confirm which roommate was saying that? I don't know why. I guess I was assuming that it was Dylan and not Bethany for some reason. Maybe there was something in the information of why I just had it in my head it was Dylan. But anyway, so they saw someone wearing a mask. She was out of it. It struck me as odd because she remembered blank saying she wasn't drunk that night. Oh yeah, because it is saw somebody wearing a mask. Never mind. That's why it's Dylan. Oh my god, I'm tired, guys. But we're gonna finish because we don't have that much to go. And we haven't even came to the one where it talks about Kaylee and her mom. Not much, but it does have a interesting couple sentences about their relationship. Okay. I hope I didn't skip it, and I think it's still coming up. Okay, she was out of it. This struck me as odd because she remembered her saying that she wasn't drunk that night. She also said in a previous point in the interview that shortly after blank moved into the house, she had made comments about not feeling safe at the house. Yep, I remember reading this too. Um, not feeling safe at the house because of where her room was in relation to the door. And she felt like she was being watched and did not know anything further about that specifically. That would be because it's the sliding door that doesn't lock, so, yeah, that would be kinda scary, but Like, I know you could just be like, well, make sure you put like a piece of wood or whatever they put the chairs or whatever to shut it. But think about this. There's people in and out. So it's like if you want to fall asleep before your roommates go to bed, you have to depend on your roommates to make sure that's locked. And if they don't do it and they're drunk and they just don't end up putting the stool there or a piece of wood or however they lock it, then that door is unlocked. And whose room is right there when you go in? Dylan's. I would have been so afraid too. Because I mean, I could see how it's a pain. It's like you go to bed and you're like, well, what if one of the roommates is still up or wakes up and like they have the door open or, before they go to bed, they don't lock it. Anyway, okay. So, she's not feeling safe at the house because of where her room is in relation to the door. She felt like she was being watched. She did not know anything further about that specifically. She also told detectives about hold on. About an instance where Kaylee was followed by a male while she was at the Winco. She explained the male followed her to the store out to her car. She did not know any specifics. Okay, we heard that multiple times. People relaying that. Um, she explained the deceased and explained that blank explained the deceased and blank were pretty good about the security at the house and did not just give out the door code. When asked if she could think of anyone who would want to do this, she told detectives about her blank unknown phone number. Blank said when she emailed him about missing class, he mentioned to her he had also lived on King Street. Well, wait, when she emailed him about missing class, she mentioned her, he mentioned to her he also lived on King Street and thought maybe he would have seen or heard something. He described Blank as red-eyed, always tired and stressed out, but was good. I think she described him as red-eyed, always tired and stressed out, but was a good what? Kid? I don't know. Oh my god. Vehicle canvassing. On 11/27, Idaho State Police did William Adams canvass multiple addresses for Hyundai Elantras. Details are as follows. So now they're going through addresses for Hyundai Elantras. Okay. Blue Elantra at a house with gold Honda Accord, Washington plate. In Albion, Washington, no vehicle is at address. In Colfax, Washington, no Elantra at residence. In Colfax, Washington, no vehicle at house. In Colfax, Washington, Elantra bearing Washington. At residence along Washington. But what are they? Okay. What house? If they're man, my grandma's up. Like in Colfax, Washington, no Elantra at what residence though? Like there's so many houses in Washington, they're canvassing, like, a whole area, like, wha I don't know, I'm confused how that's written. I mean, I understand what they're saying, but like, okay, so one house, no Elantra, you would think that it'd be a house that they would be specifying because it did have an Elantra, right? So there's a place in Endicott, no vehicles at this address, unable to locate address, address too far away from road to see a vehicle. No Elantra at this address. No Elantra unable to see vehicles due to the snow cover and distance. Address is a business. No car parked at location. Man. At 10:47, Idaho State Police placed a recorded call to blank and at regarding TIPO 5073. Blank explained she has been living at Blank Avenue in Moscow since August 2022. She lives at this house with two roommates, blank date of birth 2001 and blank. She reported an incident of an intruder which occurred sometime around the end of August or beginning of September. Blank was home alone at 9 p.m., sitting on the couch in the living room. She heard the unlocked front door open and looked toward the hallway, which leads to the front door, to see who was coming inside. She observed a 25 to 30-year-old. Gosh, this is so creepy. Can you imagine hearing the door open and then seeing a 25 to 30-year-old white male stop at the entrance to the living room as soon as he saw blank? She described the male is tall, super skinny, wearing warm clothing, which was inconsistent with the warm weather. He had shoulder length, dark brown hair, and medium sized, couple inches, unkempt brown beard. Okay, so he had a shoulder length, dark brown hair, and a medium-sized, unkept brown beard. What's a medium-sized beard? Oh, a couple inches, I see. Okay. She described remembering him looking like Jesus. She said, "Can I help you?" And the male did not respond. She then said, "You need to leave." At this point, the male turned around and hastily left the residence. She stated the male kind of fell against the wall while leaving. Um, and she suspected he may not be sober. See, a lot of these people probably are drunk, so wasted, and which they still could. Some of these people can't could be still dangerous. Like just I don't know, weird people, and if they're drunk, they could do weird things. Sometimes you just never know. So as the male went outside, Blank got up to lock the door and look outside. She observed the male running westbound on Taylor Avenue towards A&W. She stated he looked intoxicated while running away. Hmm. Wow. That'd be scary. Now I'm hearing something. Freaking out a little bit. I know my grandma's up though, but it's just talking about this is making me scared. Anyway, Blank stated she was sober and had not consumed any alcohol prior to this incident. Where is he barking? Detective Herman asked Blank if she had previously spoken with police about the evening of 11/12, and she said she had. Okay, where am I at? Sorry. So Detective Herman asked Blank if she had previously spoken with police about that evening. She said she had. She recalled speaking with an unknown Moscow police officer a couple days after the homicides. When was this though? Wait, does this say when does this say it happened? On 12? Dude, it was after. So this was after the murders. Oh my god, that would even be so much. This is before they caught anybody. Can you imagine? You're already like, oh my god, so scared. Oh my god. And then you see somebody just walk in. So scary. Okay, wow. So she says she was sober, had not consumed any alcohol prior to this incident. She previously spoke about the evening and she said she had. So they asked if she previously spoke about it. She said she had. She recalled speaking with an unknown Moscow police officer a couple days after the homicide. She provided the officer with detailed account of everything she did that night. So Detective Herman did not touch on those details. Wait. Oh, wait, when did that happen then? Maybe August. Oh, never mind. Wait. No, hold on. Incident intruder occurs sometime around the end of August. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. Okay. So they called around 12 because the tip that she got probably when she talked to him on 11/12. Okay, so that was before the murders. That was August. Okay, sorry guys. Anyway, she provided an officer with a detailed account of everything she did that night. So Detective Herman did not touch on those details. Um, Detective Herman asked Blank about her knowledge at 1122 King Street. Blank said she had been to multiple parties there and was closest with Ethan and Xana. She described the parties they had as mostly open to people if they were friends or of friends and not causing problems. They're friends of friends, so they open it up to people if they're friends of friends and not causing problems. She stated that she had heard several rumors Xana and Ethan Blank, but she had never seen Blank in person. Huh? I don't know. Blank believed most of the residents lived may occasionally blank. I'm guessing some kind of drugs, right? That's what they're talking about. Maybe just had heard rumors that maybe partied, but so I guess you could take drinking as partied. I don't know, but I bet use drugs. No further information available. So now we have On 12/2, Idaho State Police spoke with blank manager blank regarding incident 4713. They provided all transactions under $3, which occurred on 11/12. A quick review of these receipts showed only two transactions on 11/12, which were for 264. One occurred at 10:57, so that'd be 10:57 a.m., and the other at that'd be 3 p.m. I don't know where what receipts though for what they're referring to. Anyway, Blank stated she was going to get a video footage from 11 between 10 and 4, which she was going to drop the footage off at Moscow when it was done, and the reference incident 4731. The receipts were entered into Moscow police evidence. On 12/1, Idaho State Police placed a recorded call to blank regarding tip 5909. She stated she was currently in Boise and not coming back to Moscow until January 2023. Detective Herman passed this tip to the police department. Police Detective Blaker for an interview to be scheduled by Boise detectives. On 12/6 at 12:30, that'd be in the afternoon, Idaho State Police Cody Herman called blank. Blank answered the phone, stated he was on the Greyhound bus headed to Boise. Blank had a very bad cell service and estimated he would make it to Boise at 4. Detective Herman spoke with blank on 12/6 at approximately 4:30, and he agreed to provide a voluntary DNA sample to assist in ruling himself out as a suspect. He reiterated he does not know the victims at all. Contacted information was passed to ISP, Boise detectives for collection of DNA. 12/6/22, Idaho State Police Sergeant C. Sproat contacted blank via phone and set up a meeting at 3 at Moscow Police Department. Once Burkett blank, Idaho State Police Detective Cody Herman and Sergeant Sproat brought blank into an interview room. Detective Herman explained why investigators were collecting voluntary DNA and asked blank if he would also volunteer the IME number from his cell phone. After a short conversation, he explained he was not comfortable with providing DNA or IMEA. This is see, this has to be the same guy, right? I don't know, maybe not. Maybe somebody else is not comfortable, huh? Yeah. Yeah, because it says then he did provide his brother. What? Oh, he provided this is something. So he provided his brother's phone number? So wait. Who is this person? Is this the same person that's up here? Yeah. Because it says he's passed to ISP for collection of the DNA sample. Does that mean what I'm trying to figure out, does that mean this person already did the DNA or this is a continued of this person? So then the follow-up, he goes to try to get the DNA and he is saying, so he's saying, so after a short conversation, explained he was not comfortable providing his DNA or IMEI number, and then he did provide his brother's blank's phone number. The phone number is he left Moscow Police Department at 3:10. So wait, he left without giving it to him, right? No DNA or no phone or no IME number? I think this was somebody different than that other one, huh? At 12:07, 11:30 a.m. on 12/7 at 11:30 a.m. Detective Cody Herman and Matt Henley placed a recorded call to blank at blank. Blank did not answer the phone, and Detective Herman left a voicemail. Blank called Detective Herman back and explained he was in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho area. Okay. Detective Herman asked Blank if he was willing to meet detectives in Coeur d'Alene and provide voluntary DNA sample. Blank agreed. Detective Herman contacted ISP Detective Timothy Snell and passed along Blank's contact information. Detective Snell agreed to meet with Blank on 12/7. Detective Snell contacted Detective Herman and advised that Blank met with him, and ISP Detective Leslie Lehman provided an interview and voluntary DNA. So this is It's so confusing because since everything is blacked out, sometimes you can't tell if they're talking about the same person or somebody different. Did he call that same guy back or is this somebody else? Anyway, this person did provide it, right? Yeah. And provided it. Wait, met with. Yeah, he did. Okay. Provided interview and a voluntary. Okay. So at 12:15, at 11:30, Idaho State Police Cody Herman called Blank at Blank. Detective Herman left a voicemail and Blank called back at 11:45. It'd be 11:45 a.m. Detective Herman scheduled an interview for Friday, December 16th, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the Idaho Police District office. Okay, so on 12/16 at 9 a.m., a couple detectives, they interviewed somebody at the district office, and this person was accompanied by her sister, Blank, and they waited in the lobby during the interview. Um, the following is a summary of the recorded interview. Blank reported her birthday to be blank in 2002 and her address in Post Falls, Idaho. When Blank is attending the University of Idaho, her address is blank in Moscow. Blank has a roommate named Blank with a phone number of blank. Blank stated she was at her mother's house in Post Falls on the evening of 11/12 for her mother's birthday party. She also stated her sister Blank and her sister's boyfriend Blank were at the birthday party. Blank stated that she did not hear about the murders until Sunday afternoon when Blank told his mom Blank about the murders. Then Blank told Blank, who then told her. Blank knew Xana when they were in Blank in Post Falls. Blank did not keep much of a relationship with Xana after Blank. Blank believed her friends Blank and Blank may have known Xana better while attending the University of Idaho. Blank's phone number was reported to be blank. Phone number. Okay, so Blank reported Blank and Blank live with her mom at Blank. She reported Blank works the night shift at Blank and Blank works at Blank and Blank. Oh my god. Blank reported Blank and Blank may have seen Xana and Ethan the night of the murders. She did not have contact information for either of them. Detective Herman spoke with Blank and asked her if her white blank was at mom's house in Post Falls during the night of 11/2. It's probably her white. Oh, do you think it's just a white car or if that actually says white Hyundai Elantra, if she actually had a white Hyundai Elantra? I'm sure it's some kind of white car, whatever that is they're talking about. So they're asking if her white car was at her mom's house in Post Falls during the night of 11/12. Blank reported her car never left her mom's house until 11:13 in the afternoon when Blank drove it to work at Blank. Um, on 12/16 at 10 a.m., Idaho State Police Cody Herman and Gary Tolston recorded a phone call to Blank. At Blank. Detective Herman texted a photograph from tip 4925 to Blank. Blank identified a male with Blank to be Blank. Detective Herman requested a list of all the college students which were at the camper trailer during the parents' weekend. So all the college students were at the camera, okay. Blanket texted Detective Herman multiple photographs and videos which were taken during a parents' weekend. These photographs were downloaded onto a compact disc. Where's that one? It should be coming up. Oh, I think it is, like, on page 203. It's, like, the last one, um, in this group where before we go to the last 10 pages on the next group of them. Okay. Um, we're almost there, guys. December 6th, 4:30. Detective with ISP. So 2 detectives interviewed somebody, date of birth 2002. Um, on December 6th, okay, wait, 2002 at the Moscow Police Department. Blank had been in the blank as Kaylee, as Gonzalez, and initially contacted the tip line regarding a potential stalker situation. Wait, wait. So it says blank had been in the blank as Gonzalez and initially contacted the tip line regarding a potential stalker situation. Blank completed a written adult victim background questionnaire and was subsequently interviewed. Wait, had been in the blank. Um anyway, okay, so they completed a written adult victim background questionnaire and was subsequently interviewed. Detective Tolson recorded the interview. The following is a summary of the information discussed. For exact details, refer to the questionnaire. The audio recording. Okay. Blank did not know. So this person being interviewed did not know Kaylee's mother's name, but Kaylee spoke to this person that's being interviewed about the fights that she and her mom had. Gotta be that's what that is because they're talking about Kaylee's mom, and then she didn't know her personally, but she did speak to Kaylee about the fights her and her mom had. Kaylee and her mom. She described them as average, blank fights, such as Kaylee needing to pay for her own phone. When Kaylee was in her freshman year, she did not get along with, I'm guessing, her mom. I don't know. Obviously somebody from her family, this sentence, and since they've been talking about her mom, I'm sure that's still her mom. Um, it could be, her parents in general, it could be, or it could be your sister or dad, but I'm guessing it's either the second one's either standing for her mom or her parents. But anyway, she did not get along with her mom or parents, and they had not met Gonsalves's boyfriend, I'm guessing. So I'm thinking that her parents never met the boyfriend for the freshman year, maybe. I don't know. Or this person saying that they had not met Kaylee's parents. I don't know. It's crazy because the sucky thing is because everything is so redacted. I get some things need to be redacted, but then people are going to be taking it. And once again, just like how the whole case has been so like secretive and sealed, just like the Delphi case, where that's how like these crazy theories develop because the people don't have the answers, so they fill in what they think because they have nothing, no answers, so they just make that's when people's brains are get up and they come up with things because they don't have the answers, so they try to come up with their own answers, and that's I think sometimes it's worse that way, and I feel like these documents are going to do the same thing. Since we don't know for sure some of these blanks, people are going to start trying to fill it in themselves and guess, and it's going to turn into all this misinformation. I just feel like too much redaction does more harm than not. And it ends up like doing the opposite of what they are trying to do. Like they're trying to cut back of like all this blame and conspiracy theories and misinformation. Well, doing it this way is creating a lot more. I get some stuff needs to be redacted, so don't come after me. I get there's some stuff that does. But I feel like this was just too much. There's gonna be so many people trying to figure out things with wrong information. And I mean, you hear me doing it. Well, I think they're talking about this, where I make sure I don't say it as a fact. I make sure I try to keep it as like, I don't know if that's what they're saying. I'm guessing. But some people, and that could still be dangerous too. But like some people won't do it so much like that. They'll think they know something for sure. And I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody. I just think that there shouldn't be this much redaction. Because it's obvious, that right here is talking about her family. So like we're filling this in. Like what I don't know. Like, is this like I said, my first guess at first was that the family never met the boyfriend. I know they did afterwards, but then now I'm talking it out and I'm like, well, maybe this person that's interviewed is saying that she never met the Gonzalez the parent, Kaylee's mom or something. I don't know. Anyway, this kind of goes along because remember when they were talking about the other, what was the victim impact background questionnaire? Maybe this is the same person, but this was a few lives ago where it said that, well, once again, we guessed that it said that. It was my best educated guess because things were blanked. But I was guessing, see how it's dangerous? Because, like, I forgot as I'm talking about it, I almost forgot that there was so much blank that it was our guess that what they were talking about, and it wasn't for sure as I was just talking about it. I had to correct myself. Wait, we don't know for sure, but a couple of lives ago, reading the documents, it sounded like it said that she didn't get along with her family and that they hadn't talked. They didn't talk that much. And what was the other thing? Something else. But that was my best guess with all the blanks. It sounded like that's what they were saying, something like that. So now, what if it didn't say anything? What if it wasn't anything like that? But because of all these blanks, now we might be getting the wrong freaking perception of everything. But I don't know. So I'm guessing this is talking about though, like I said, my best educated guess, talking about her and her mom. Well, I think this is pretty. This part's kind of like pretty almost clear. I can't say 100% though, still, but yeah, that she fights with her mom. But they're average. They about like mother and daughter type fights, like oh, you got to pay for your own phone type thing. But and then freshman year, she did not get along with so freshman year, she didn't get along with maybe her parents. I don't know. What does this mean? They're talking about her mom. Anyway, she had not met Kaylee's boyfriend, maybe. I don't know. Or like I said, is this person being interviewed hadn't met her parents. Anyway, so whatever you guys make out, um, we'll never know because that's what they do to us. We just have to wonder and fill in our own blanks. Anyway, Kaylee and her boyfriend Blank had a very positive relationship. Whenever they broke up, it was always Kaylee. It was always her, Kaylee. So she would always be the one to break up with Jack. When she would break up with him, she never seemed mad about it. And it would hang out, and they would hang out with sorority sisters more. Wait, when she would break up with Jack, she never seemed mad about it and would hang out. Oh, so she would just hang out with her sorority sisters more. She was never upset when she broke up. She described Jack as shy. I'm guessing, right? She described Kaylee as the most down to earth person with a contagious smile. After Kaylee dropped from the sorority, she started hanging out with Blank more. But the relationship would pick up where it left off when they would see each other. Wait, what? After she was dropped from the sorority, she started hanging out with this person more? I don't know. But I don't understand the relationship would pick up. Because isn't that what she's saying already, like, that I don't know, but anyway, we would pick up where it left off, and they would when they would see each other. She could not recall any significant events prior to Kaylee's death. Kaylee drank the normal average person, or sorry, Kaylee drank the normal average for a college student and was not into drugs. She did not engage in abnormally risky behavior. When she saw Kaylee, she was frequently doing homework. So she's saying, like, whenever she saw Kaylee, she frequently would do homework, meaning Kaylee was doing homework frequently. Kaylee was closest to Maddie, but she listed several people in her sorority she was also close to. Um, says she listed them as blank, believed to be blank, date of birth 2001, blank, unknown further, believed to be 2001. Blank was Kaylee's blank, which was described as a blank. Blank did not recall any instance where Kaylee expressed discomfort or fear about anyone. When she and Blank would break up, Kaylee wouldn't be honest. She believed Kaylee was always the one, or upset. Sorry, I read. Oh my god, I'm tired. Not. I know that's why I stopped myself. Like, that doesn't make sense. They just said the opposite earlier. I knew I had to have misread something. Okay, I gotta look away from the screen. Man, my eyes are getting like fuzzy from reading. Hold on, I gotta look away for a minute because my eyes are playing tricks on me. Okay. Kaylee wouldn't be upset. She believed Kaylee was always the one that ended things due to her being bored with the relationship. At one point, when she and Jack broke up, she had an interest in Blank, who is a University of Idaho student and lives in Coeur d'Alene. This is believed to be Blank, date of birth 2002. I still don't know. I'm sure some email me if somebody knows who's the current. She was seeing two people. I kind of fell off, like I said, after, Kohberger was arrested and all the stuff was released originally after the first 2 years, like that, body cam and stuff. And then when there was nothing else going on, I stopped for what, a couple years. So when everybody was studying all the students and putting all the blame on all the different students, um, and who's who, I was doing other cases. But originally, the first couple months I was learning before we were trying to figure out who it was. But then once they caught him, I was um so I don't know. I don't know who it was. I'm sure you guys could tell me. Who was the two people that Oh, here's the incident with the bent knife. I forgot about that. Okay. Anyway, um if anybody knows the two people she was dating, I'm just curious, just for my own personal knowledge. The two people that Kaylee, two guys she supposedly was seeing, maybe. Okay, so Um, this is believed to be blank date of birth. Okay, blank did not know anyone who disliked any of the victims. Blank described an incident involving, I wish I knew who this person was, date of birth 2000, when she lived at blank. So somebody, I would love to know who this person is. So, okay. So when she lived somewhere, which is directly below 1122 King Road. So I don't know when they mean, what do they mean below? Like across the street below, or like beside? Like, usually you don't describe houses as below unless if it's like the floor below. You know what I'm saying? It should be like to the north, to the south, like east, west, beside, across the street, but it says below. Anyway, so below 1122 King Road, and the blank blank phone number is blank. Once at the blank blank blank, and her roommates came out to the kitchen to find the dishwater clean dirty sign. So the dishwater clean dirty sign changed to F off Jeff, with a steak knife bent in half next to it. None of the occupants had any idea who Jeff would be. Does anybody make anything out? What does that mean? Well, no, James, because that wouldn't make sense, because 1122 King Road is the whole address. So it says directly below 1122 King Road. That wouldn't make any sense being the first floor. They could just say the first floor of 1122. You know what I'm saying? Or lived at 1122, but it's saying directly below the King Road in the blank. I don't know. But anyway, so F off Jeff with a steak knife bent, but none of the occupants had any idea who Jeff would be. While Blank was living at Blank, she had returned from Boise and left her suitcase in the car. When she came out in the morning, someone had moved the personal effects from the front of her car, such as lip gloss and accessories, had been moved into her suitcase. Her suitcase was then removed from the vehicle and left in the middle of the cul-de-sac. Nothing was taken except for her underwear. I remember hearing about this incident. Oh my God, I remember this. A couple years ago, it came out. I talked about it. It was so odd because it was what year though? I forget. It was like really around the same time, right? Where's the er, where's the date? Doesn't have a date. But I feel like it was, not far from the time. Yeah, it's so weird. So, and it was like, um, I think if I'm remembering the area, I think it was the house, like next to it, like down the road, like, like the house either next to or a couple houses down. Pretty sure. Anyway, so underwear was taken. Her stuff in her car, right? Some of the stuff was moved into her suitcase, but the whole suitcase was left outside in the cul-de-sac. Anyway, let's finish this. We're not done. So then nothing was taken but her underwear. A footprint was found on the seat of her car. Blank reported the incident to Moscow police. The night after the car burglary, Blank and her roommate were the only ones home, but heard someone walking around upstairs very slowly. I'm getting freaked out just like hearing that. Oh my God. Can you freaking imagine? Like you have that happen and then you hear somebody upstairs. God. Blank sent two screenshots of the text conversation with Blank. The screenshots were saved on a USB. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the body cam. Blender had the body cam on that. But this was like 2 years ago, so I don't even know how you'd have to find it, go through a lot of her videos to find it, but she definitely had the body cam on that incident. But like I said, she put it out like a couple years ago when we were all talking about it and heard about it because it was like a big thing, after we hear about the Idaho and then we hear that, it's like, oh my God, is it connected? Because like um I feel like, when we heard about it, I think it was even before Bryan was arrested, right? So we were like, oh my God, is it the same person that's doing both? And even now, like that Bryan like after Bryan was arrested, I mean, it still could be the same person. It still could be Psycho Boy. All right. What do you guys think? What do y'all think? Okay, so Blank sent two screenshots of the text conversation. Okay, so Blank described Blank as more strict for party attendance. As in, you had to be invited or be a part of the function to attend. 112 King Road is more lax in that respect. Okay. So one of the places was more strict, but 1122 was a little more lax. Like they explained before, like if you knew a friend of a friend and you were cool, they let you stay. Anyway, Blank recounted several instances where she believed she was being watched by a male who went by Blank. Believed Blank lived in the blank blank. Blank described Blank as a white male in his 30s with a blank beginning to bald on top. He was about Blank and had a large but not muscular stature. Blank saw Blank walking around the sorority house several times. When she would return from going on a run, Blank would appear behind her. Oh my God, I'm getting freaked out just reading this crap. Why are so many people so weird, guys? What is wrong with our world? I don't like it. Like, just thinking about people are so scary these days. I know they always have been, but I feel like more so now. Don't you feel like I'm like cleaning my chair? Don't you feel like more so there's more just anyway. Where are we at? Um She would return from going on a run. Blank would appear behind her. Like, what is going on? Blank would have to walk in front of these apartments on the way to her sorority and began getting messages on Insta from username blank as she was passing by. Oh, so she's saying she would have to walk in front of these apartments on the way to her sorority. So the apartments that this guy lived on, it sounds like this weird guy that would follow her or show up behind her. So she began getting messages on Insta from username blank as she was passing by. Wait, so she's saying as she was passing by? Am I reading that right? Is she saying that she's passing by the Instagram or by this guy's apartment where this guy lived? That she would get messages? Is that right? Because I know sometimes when I'm tired, or not even when I'm tired, but I'll read something wrong. Um, Sorry, I'm like getting standing up. My legs. Oh shoot, what did I do? Okay, hold on. Let me read this again. Oh, there we go. Aha. Oh, this is all the way over here. Okay, you guys can still hear me, right? There we go. Okay. Oh, can you hear me pretty good? Okay, so she recounted several answers she believed being watched. Okay. Blake would have to walk in front of these apartments on the way to her sorority and began getting messages on Instagram from username blank as she was passing by. From September 1st to September 15th, 2020, this user sent several messages. The user seemed to believe that blank would smile and wave at them and blocked the user on September 15th. Oh my God. Blank sent screenshots of the conversation. Oh, I just spilled my. Oh my God. Of the conversation, where are we at? Of a picture of a male on the profile. Blank said the profile had since been removed from Instagram. The audio recording of the interview will be saved under a folder. How creepy. Okay, so I am pretty much one more page, and then we have to go to the next chunk, which we only have like 10 pages. But I still got the rest of this crime scene. I'm wondering if I want to wait. We'll see how I feel because I'm feeling like I got to walk around. I can't do it like I used to that many hours without being able to stand up and walk around. Maybe I'll change my setup and do like more lives of walking around, but like walking outside. The only problem is then I won't be able to like share my screen it'll just be like me talking. Okay. All right, I'm back sitting down. Okay. November 17th, 12:46 p.m. They followed up with a tip. On the Moscow tip line, Blank claimed that she may have helpful information. Detective Walker and I called and spoke with a female who identified herself as Blank, date of birth 2001, and affirmed she had called the police. Affirmed she had called the police tip line. She said she was a Blank and lived at Blank in Moscow, but her home record was in Boise. She told detectives she met Maddie for the first time on Saturday, November 12th, while out with friends at the Corner Club. She described that Saturday night as follows. At 10:15, drove blank and blank at the two mingles, and she remained sober and acted as a designated driver. At So this would be 11:15. She left Mingles with blank and drove to the blank to drop them off. Blank then drove to Corner Club to meet up with blank, and upon arrival, the Corner Club was packed and blank had to wait in line to get in. Blank got into the Corner Club, used the bathroom, and found blank, and introduced blank to blank. Blank and blank separate from blank. Oh my God, and hang out for a while before blank left the bar. Blank met back up with blank, who was hanging out with blank. Blank was unsure if that was blank. Roommate Maddie. This is where blank met Maddie for the first time. Oh, I already read this. Okay, Matt. So 206. Yeah. Maddie hung out for a while, then made a comment to the effect she was going back to hang out with her other friends and left the group. Wait, what? While in the Corner Club, she said there was an unknown male dressed in dark clothing, possibly a white and black striped shirts, that appeared to be very drunk. She stated the male was stumbling around and even fell into a group of people at one point. She said the male smelled as if he defecated in his pants. Yep, this is that one. And mentioned he appeared to be there alone and never saw him talking with anyone. Yep, we definitely read this. She said she saw another female referred to as blank, could not remember her name. They went to use the bathroom at 12:30. They ran back into Maddie, and she said Maddie reminded her that they were both named Maddie. Maddie made the comment to the effect, "Yeah, I remember, I'm sober," to which Maddie Mogan replied to the effect of, "Well, I'm not." And blank and blank continued to the bathroom and did not see Maddie Mogan again after that. Okay. I'll just finish this one. At approximately 1:45, blank arrived at her house after taking blank and blank home. Blank said she had parked and got out of her car. She saw a large male wearing a jacket walk out of a nearby house. Wait, blank said she parked and got out of that. She said she was by herself, felt uneasy about the male, just wanted to get inside. She did not see where the male walked to, but saw he was headed toward Elm. She told Detective Walker, and she did not become aware of the incident till what? 2:00 p.m. when the vandal alert. All right. Before I go to the next group, I feel like I gotta brush my teeth. I don't know why. I'm gonna play a video real quick while I do that. Hold on. I'll be right back as soon as I get this up. Let me get my phone ready so I can listen to what you guys are listening to. As we are watching together. Okay.
He called his mother within 2 hours of the murders. He called his mother as he returned to the scene of the crime, not even 2 hours later. He called her 2 more times and all told spent 3 hours on the phone with her. Was this out of character? Was this a binge of calls to mom that you were able to identify on his telephone?
This was his normal behavior, reaching out to mother and father repeatedly. If one didn't respond, he would reach out to the other. He would constantly text them and call them, starting as early as 5 or 6 in the morning, his time. And his parents were Eastern. And then also at night to almost talk him into going to sleep and being able to rest.
So, Jared, as I was looking at some of the text messages, I was so, I don't know, I was just jarred by the way he referred to his parents. He texted them. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the wording is pretty close. Father, why is mother not answering the phone? Why is she not picking up, father? He called his parents formally by the names father and mother when speaking to them. Did you see that consistent throughout his text messages to his parents?
Yes, I did. It's eerie. It stands out from any other case that I've worked in that, just the terminology, the phrasing that he used there. I said exactly what you said in the intro. It's Bates Motel. It is this feeling of that movie and Mother, and it's just super eerie.
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe I'm the only one, but I'm starting to get that vibe from you, from my colleagues, from people I've been talking throughout the day about this. Some people do use a formal name, but knowing what he's capable of now, knowing who he is, it just raises the hair on my arms. About the contacts in his phone, he called his father and mother as contacts in his phone. But what about other contacts, Heather? What about other text chains, other communications? Did this guy have any community of his own?
He had 18 personal contacts. 18. So think about all the people you meet and the hundreds of random numbers. And they were even identified as girl I ran with, second girl I ran with, a contact in parentheses, hair. But then there was mother and father and his sister and just a few others. 18.
And he's, he's in his 30s. Like this, that's unbelievable in this day and age. It is not unusual for people to have well over 1,000 contacts, many thousands of contacts at this stage in our lives. Everything is on our phones. Everything's digital. What about text chains? Did you see any communications with other people other than mother and father?
Not really. No, it was, I couldn't name a single person that he communicated with other than just his parents. There was some one-off communications here and there, and there was some emailing and other things. But for texting, if you think of the friend that you sent a message to on a whim, there wasn't one single person like that.
And I know that we learned during the final hearings before he was sent packing to the Idaho Maximum Security Institution that he had done quite a job at scrubbing a lot of his devices. How good a job, and how were you able to get past some of what he thought he put over on you?
This was one of the hardest investigations I've ever worked in 23 years of looking at digital data. He cleaned up well. He knew how to use VPNs. He knew how to use incognito browsing. Where he messed up, downloads on his Android device. He also didn't consider the fact that even on a PC, if you delete, every contact leaves a trace. So we can see the files when you turn something off. We can see when you clear something. All of that was left behind for us.
Let me ask you this. The handshakes that we now find are so helpful in digital forensics when killers don't realize they're connecting to a Wi-Fi where they're not supposed to be. Did he have a lot of questionable digital handshakes, like say at the Mad Greek restaurant where two of the victims worked? Did you see anything that was of interest or evidentially helpful with his digital handshakes?
Yeah, I'll break that down sort of with two parts. So his Wi-Fi connections, there were just a few. And the interesting part about this is 2 days prior to the murders, he turned off Wi-Fi for his phone. So he just didn't want his device to be able to connect to Wi-Fi. It turned back on soon after the murders. But there was one reference to Mad Greek, and it came from a passive assist file associated with Google Maps. So if you open Google Maps and you search for restaurants near me, if you're near Mad Greek, it would populate, and that reference was then logged on his phone.
And then the other question I have for you is, we just looked at that selfie. We had it up on the screen that he took within hours of the murders. He's freshly washed and he's got the thumbs up. He looks like he's in a bathroom and he looks extremely proud. Were you able to ascertain anything about that photo? Did he manipulate the photo? Did he screen grab it bigger? Did he rest on it for hours or minutes? Did he send it to anyone? Did you see anything of interest about that picture?
So this photo jumped out to us right away. And I remember us asking the FBI at the time, have you seen this? And they said, yes, we found that already. We're like, okay, but look at his knuckles and how white they are. To us, it looks like someone that scrubbed them and had to get something off, maybe blood or some kind of residue off his knuckles. Also, the Band-Aid on his finger was there. In that image, you can see a shower curtain. In later images that he had taken, the shower curtain from his apartment was gone. So just small details like that. but he didn't have friends to send this to. And I don't think it's a photo that he would have shared with mother or father. We didn't see any manipulations or access to printing. So it's almost as if he did this and several other selfies of similar nature, but with fewer clothing for himself.
Yeah, it was normal for him to take selfies and do nothing with them. They weren't sent to a person.
So sorry to interrupt, but let me be clear. We've only seen this selfie on the morning of the murders. Did you find other selfies that he took of himself, either in the bathroom or elsewhere the morning of the murders or that day?
No, not the morning of the murders. Just in general, his selfies that he would often take like flexing his muscles and shirtless. But again, we have no idea what he did with them. It was just a photo that was taken, and there's no evidence that he was sending them to anyone. It's just kind of for himself.
Well, the bandages that you noticed on his left, I think that's his left hand, unless the photo is reversed. But someone in the class also said in police documents today that they noticed he came to class shortly after the murders. And of course, they don't know about the murders. They're just looking back in hindsight to October, late October. And they said he came in with his two middle fingers bandaged and said, oh, he had just had some accident inside his home. One last aha moment that the two of you had, Heather and Jared. He said that his alibi was that he was going to be out stargazing that night, out in the middle of the night, stargazing. But you found something about the phone that would have absolutely obliterated the alibi. Can you explain that?
Sure. Yeah, it seems silly to even write it. But on the night of the murders, he physically pressed the side button and turned his phone off. And that might not seem too significant, but it really is, because it proves that this human was awake at 2 whatever in the morning and turning his phone off and then later powering it back on. And the crazy part was writing in a report that a phone can't take photos while it's powered off, but just to prove that his alibi was ridiculous. But he turned his phone off, and then these people were murdered, and then he turned it back on. That's what happened.
Well, and also he turned the phone off at 100%, so he could never say the phone just died. Phone was fully batteried up. Heather and Jared Barnhart, I cannot thank you enough for this interview. I could talk to you for hours and hours. I'm going to have you back as well. Thank you for helping us sort of sort through a lot of this. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our new.
Okay. Let's finish these up. So we have 5:45. Has anybody else read every page like I did? Oh my Lord. Okay, so what just broke his feet? What is it? Oh, that's the guy that got in an accident. Okay. We read that. All right, so December 2nd, Lieutenant conducted a phone interview. Tip 5231. No one answered. The first call attempt, second call, person on the line who identified herself blank asked if we could talk another time. The third call, I was able to visit with blank. Explained an odd conversation she had with a rideshare driver. Blank explained the driver talked about how one of the victims was stabbed 25 to 28 times. Wait. Oh, I see. So the rideshare, she's saying the driver said that. Okay. The driver also had the same tow truck as the tow truck used at the crime scene. What? Oh, so I wonder if it was the tow guy from that. That's how he knew. Mamma mia. The driver also had the same tow truck as tow truck used at the crime scene. The driver worked at blank. Blank also brought up another random information. brought up other random information. Tip 5231 was subsequently closed. December 3rd, Detective Knudsen and I interviewed blank. I explained how her boyfriend relayed a story he had heard from blank. Explained he had a knife flashed at him at a party. Blank also explained this incident happened approximately 1 to 2 years prior. Okay. The recordings of the interviews were turned over to Moscow. Okay. On about December 2nd, Lieutenant Barrett conducted a phone interview, reference 5231. No one answered the first phone call. Is this the same thing? Wait, did I go up on accident? Dang it. It's saying the same thing. On April 16th, ISP Lieutenant was subpoenaed. While preparing for court and reviewing my materials, I realized that some audio recordings may not have been included in the evidence reports. I contacted ISP Lieutenant Gilbertson regarding these files. The audio files were specifically for 2 closed tips. It was determined the audio files had not placed into evidence or reports written for the closed tips. Out of an abundance of caution, it was determined to complete a report and submit the audio files. I completed report tip 5231 and 2953. On the same date, I provided the audio files, subsequently turned the audio files. Okay. Lieutenant Barrett was subpoenaed. Okay, this is saying the same freaking thing. Okay, twice. They had to say it twice, of course. Okay. Multiple subjects. Contacted multiple subjects who had been identified as witnesses by defense counsel for upcoming trial at trial of Bryan Kohberger. It's been charged with murder. Okay, let's see. Multiple subjects. So I contacted multiple subjects by phone who been identified as witnesses by defense for the upcoming trial. Here's the interview as follows. Subjects contacted and details of interview as follows. Blank. He had been subpoenaed by defense counsel for the first trial, but has not been subpoenaed for the new trial. He has not had any contact with defense counsel for Kohberger. Blank. He has not received a subpoena or any contact with defense counsel for Kohberger. Blank. He was interviewed by defense counsel around 4/2, which was arranged by Washington State and was attended by WSU. He has not received a subpoena. Blank. She has received subpoenas from the state and defense counsel. She has not had any direct contact with defense Kohberger. However, retired attorney and family friend Blank communicated once with her Blank on her behalf after she received her subpoena. Blank has received subpoenas from the state and defense counsel for Kohberger. He has had no contact with defense counsel other than to call their office. Blank, he has received subpoena from defense. He has not had any contact with defense. Blank, he has received subpoena. Oh my God, okay. Blank, he had been subpoenaed by defense counsel for the first trial, but has not been subpoenaed for a new trial. Same thing. Okay. Blank, he has received subpoena. He was interviewed by defense investigators by phone by about 8 months ago. They asked him questions about his daily experience, whether he heard a dog barking during the time around the murders, and what his experience was the morning after the murders. He felt as if the investigators were attempting to wrap me into the case. The investigators told him it was unlikely he would have to testify. Huh. So, same thing. On June 3rd to 5th, 2025, I contacted multiple subjects. Here, same stuff. So they received a subpoena in March, interviewed by the defense counsel before the preliminary hearing, but hasn't been in contact with them. She provided a list of questions asked by defense counsel. He had received a subpoena by his former fraternity brothers. He had received subpoena for the preliminary hearing and was notified by his former fraternity brothers that law enforcement had recently attempted to serve a subpoena at his former address. He has not had any contact with defense counsel for Kohberger. Another person has not received contact. D, I placed calls to 3 or phone numbers, left voicemails, received Blank has received a subpoena, had no contact with defense counsel, believes they have attempted to call her. She has not called them back. Blank, I contacted on June 5th, 2025, arranged for her to meet with Moscow. Detective Fox at Moscow advised that she had not received subpoena. Blank, the defense subpoenaed him on 4/18. He has reached out multiple times to defense, but has not had any contact with defense counsel for Kohberger. Blank wanted to add that approximately 2 weeks before the homicides occurred, he saw a lone white male with black hair driving north on Conestoga past his residence. Blank stated the male was driving a white colored sedan. Blank stated his memory came back to him after Kohberger had been arrested, and the news media released a video of the traffic stop that occurred with Kohberger and his father in Indiana. Was he saying that it was him? Blank. She had received a subpoena, only spoken with the witness coordinator at the PA's office, had no contact with the defense counsel for Kohberger. Received a subpoena in April, spoke with someone from Ian's team May 8th. She's unaware of what she'll be testifying to. Another person received a subpoena, had no contact with defense. Blank, unable to locate with provided phone number. And TLO report was run through ISP dispatch and was unable to obtain a positive match. Blank, she received a subpoena from the defense counsel. She has spoken with someone from the defense counsel, but only scheduling purposes. Okay. On May 28th, I was notified ISP District 2 detectives would be contacting people who are identified as witnesses by defense counsel for upcoming trial. Kohberger has been charged in the murder of Kaylee. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so May 28th, 2025, he has not received subpoena. He has not had any contact with defense. May 28th, she received subpoena. She was interviewed on the phone by the defense team approximately 1 year ago. She talked about being at the party on Taylor Avenue with her friend and walking home to her sorority. June 4th, he has not received subpoena. He has not had any contact with defense. June 4th, she has not received subpoena. She had not any contact with defense. June 5th, I've not been able to locate a working phone number for. I've not been able, same thing here. Okay. I think that's it, guys. Wow, we finished it all. Has anybody else read it? Oh, or am I the only silly one that did how many hours? Like 20 plus hours of reading. Oh, HM, oh, 5 months. Thank you. I just saw that message. Okay. So I don't know if I'm able to go. Oh, yeah, I guess we already, hold on. We already got, I guess we could finish these pictures and then I'll call it a night. Got beer cans up the stairs. Oh, wait. I'll do it like this. There we go. I do want to mention, I went back and I read what they explain as far as the blood in the living room, because I was like, I'm curious, like where, looking through these pictures, I didn't really see it anywhere. But so I looked and I saw where they described it, and I'll show you where it's at. I think they purposely left out the pictures where I guarantee they would have had to take pictures of those walls with the blood on it, because that would be very important. So I think that was probably some of the pictures that they, left out until this case, they're being sued. So they probably, and then, I don't blame them. I'm just saying we don't have a good picture of it, but I have the description from the documents. I'll show you where it's at. Dang it. Look, it's freaking. Okay, there we go. So this is the bathroom on the second floor, right by Xana's room. which has the washer and dryer in it too. Mm. Um, yeah. So I know, I was so crazy. I'm like, how many bathrooms is there? Because I just thought there was only 2, and then going through, I'm like, "Oh my god, there's 3. There's 1 on each floor. There's a shower on this floor. On this top floor, there's a shower, and then on the bottom floor, it's a bathtub with, a shower. I'm sure there's a shower, like one of those shower bathtub things. But yeah, and what I was gonna say though, you'll a couple of these pictures, they have this, unredacted. It's like people's eyes. Like, why did they have to redact it? I thought it was because maybe it was a picture of them, but I'm pretty sure, unless if I didn't look at it, I think it's just some random magazine pictures of like eyes and eyebrows. Um, but why did they have to be redacted? But unless if I'm wrong and it's one of them, I'll have to see. I'll see when I look when they show one of them. Okay, so there was blood on this half wall, supposedly, from the documents. Okay. Like blood spatter, which would be spatter, which like it's not like you don't see like tons of it, but it was on there. So that makes me think that maybe this blood here actually wasn't from his hands. Okay, hear me out here. So he put this knife here. This knife wasn't even there, which is crazy because if the blood wasn't from his hands, that means I'm talking about Hunter put this knife here. That means he's not even aware and he just puts it down, not even thinking, and he puts it down right on the only couple blood spots on the table, which is crazy. I don't know though for sure. Maybe it was from his hand, but considering, going back through the files that we know there's blood on this wall and then there's a little bit on this back wall over here, not enough where you really see it, like, at this angle, but I'm sure there's pictures up close where there's drips, but not, like, a ton of it, but there is some blood spatter, from so my guess so it's right here. Remember they describe it on the half wall and then a little bit couple spots over here on this wall that's going up the stairs. So and then you have the 2 drops right here on the table. So oh, you could kinda see it right there. I don't know if that's it, maybe. Yeah. You guys see? Um, which is important because I feel like to try to figure out what happened because, gosh, when I zoom in, this is where it all. No, come on. Just won't let me just like zoom in. I don't get it. I don't know. That's about all I'm gonna do because it's thing, but you could actually definitely see it right here. Um, so it makes me wonder, like, okay, so if she ran down, now, did he get her before she ran into her room a little bit and then started, finishing it in her room? Or I still think it's possible, my whole scenario with her running into the room trying to wake up Ethan, or both could be true. He could have got like got her once or, stabbed her somewhere as she's running off and she still runs in, makes it to Ethan, and he kills Ethan real quick. Or did he not until let's say my scenario that I had brought up, she does go in the bathroom after she sees him kill Ethan, and then he goes, "Oh, I'm here to help you." And then they start, she comes out and he starts kind of attacking her as she gets out of the bathroom, and kind of, they could be standing like kind of in the hallway, and some blood splatter could get over here and here, to be honest, if you think about it. And because a lot of people are like, how can he do it and he knock over the table? It could be like right up here, not quite. You know what I'm saying? Where no blood would have got on the table, it just came this way. And then, they ended up ultimately going back in the room and, where it mainly happened. But also I was thinking even, okay, so maybe this could be from the attack because if a little bit got here, maybe just a little bit from one like motion got a little bit here, or it could have been from Hunter. I don't know. Um, or he could have caught her before she made it to the room and got her a little bit. But I still think she could have made it before he got her. And then when out of the bathroom, it could have happened where, if they're like kind of fighting, they could have kind of like came up here a little bit, you know, and then got her back into the bedroom. Who freaking knows? We'll never know. But yeah, so there is some here and then on that other wall, which I'll show you. See, I wish you could tell, like, is this from like, if he's swinging it and a couple drops got there, or does that look more like from Hunter's hand? I don't really know. I can't pretend I have any idea really. But if that's the case, like Hunter puts the knife on the only blood on the table, that's crazy. What do you guys think? Do you think that's from Hunter's hands or see, I'm thinking more is from the altercation. Now that I see that, okay, there's blood over here, so a little bit could have got right here. Because I mean, they could have been far enough away where it just got, some over here, some, like just one little motion, get a couple fly off and go over here. It could, because that knife we saw originally when they walked in was not here. He was holding, or I think it was in the kitchen or somewhere he had it when they came in, but then he's talking to the cops. So if my point is if there was blood on his hands at that time as he's walking around talking to the cops, I feel like it would have been dried or he would have like kind of wiped it. It wouldn't have been like dripping off his hands or anything. And then he goes and he shows them the knife, right? And then he puts it there. So it wouldn't have been enough on the knife, right, to like drip off onto the table because his hands, he was walking around talking to them and like there wouldn't have been blood like on it dripping off his hands. He would have wiped, you know what I'm saying? There's no way. I mean, he could have got blood on his hands, but as he's walking and stuff, talking to them, he would have wiped it somewhere where they would have dried or he would have kind of like went like that. And so it's not like wet on his hands. So I think the more I thought about it, I think it's from the attack. And I know some people are like, oh, there's going to be so much more blood. No, because if they were kind of like more close, like kind of right there, but kind of like more like, next to the bathroom, but a little bit over. And he's just like, has the knife and it's from the motion of him. I mean, I hate to say it, but like the motion of him, like, stabbing her, like moving the knife and the blood splatters off of it. Um, there could have been a couple of drops that just got over here, to be honest, and then on the wall, and then there's some on the wall across. Because I don't think they were super close by the table, because none of these cups got knocked over or anything. So it's just wow. The more we learn about it, it's just I can't even now that you could see like because you could see the house and like exactly the way it was, and it's just like, oh my god, it just freaks me out thinking about him. Like how freaky! I can't even imagine freaky that had to be. Like I can't even. That's like your worst nightmare. I just and he has no freaking remorse. That's the thing. Oh, there's the dirty. Like, I was wondering because I never had a dishwasher where it's like, says you have a dirty or clean sign, but that's what they're talking about. It must be a thing. I don't know. I've never seen a dishwasher where you put like a sign, but I guess that's on these. Is it a college thing or something? I don't know. Maybe you guys are gonna think I'm stupid because like how no, mine never says that. So anyone I ever had. So that one incident that was somewhere by this house where it happened to those girls. This said "F off, Jeff," and then there was a bent knife by it. Like, you got some weird things happening in Moscow. Like, what the heck? I want to zoom in on that. Like, right? Look how slow it takes to zoom in, though. I just don't understand, why is it doing that? I don't like that they saved it as a PDF file. Look. Or I would zoom in more, guys, but that's what it's doing when I try. It's like, take it forever. It doesn't respond. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. I just can't believe, are they sure there was no blood on anywhere, like on the snow from his shoes, I mean, I guess there was that one latent print right outside Dylan's, but huh. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying, like, are they sure they didn't miss anything? I wonder. Huh. Oh, no, right there is good. Okay. I just skipped these handprints because I don't think that has anything to do with the murder. I think it's just one of them. Somebody there did it. The handprints, I mean. So that's going up the stairs. It's like I see like that and that. It's like, is that blood? But I mean, I'm not gonna wait forever to try to zoom into it. And obviously it's not, because they didn't say anything about it. I'm sure they checked everything. Well, as much as they could. They could have missed something, but so this is the view going down. It's that step up, step down. Imagine, so like he's walking. She looks out like where, so she's looking at him when like he's like, he definitely saw her. There's no way he didn't. And now that we know that the lights were on too. So she's looking out. He's walking. Wonder, did she did describe like that she didn't, she just watched him go all like this, right? She didn't shut it as he walked by. She just kept it open, right? I mean, I think she describes she's walking as he's walking by, and then she's seen him turn this way. So that means she was, I mean, look how close he would have got. Like, he walks, she's right there looking at him, and he just walks, has to turn this way. And I mean, from what I understand, she just watches him go here, all the way right there. Supposedly, I guess they make eye contact, and then he turns and walks out. Like, what? That's freaky. That'll be a nightmare forever. Oh my Lord. So then upstairs, Kaylee's room's right here. So of course, I'm sure when he walks up, he opens this door and checks this room first. You know, it's like right there, you're walking right by it. So who knows who the target was. I'm kind of freaking out over here. Like, I gotta take a shower tonight. Everybody's sleeping. Why am I getting a little scared? Like, ever since all this new stuff came out, it's like I'm just not like freaked out, dude. This case is scary. Can you imagine what the family's feeling like? Like, and especially like in the students, especially right after it happened. Oh my God, I can't even imagine before they caught him. Can you imagine the fear every night that whole town had to go through? I can't, oh my gosh. And I mean, like, imagine Dylan and Bethany too, because thinking like they were in the house. Is he gonna come back for them? Obviously, they weren't staying in the house then, but like when they like went home, like, does he know about where they live? Is he gonna come for them? Like, just all the thoughts I'm sure that went through their head. So this is Kaylee and Maddie's bathroom. Well, at least the bathroom is on the 3rd floor. Oh shoot, I think I skipped one. Yeah. So this is we're the 3rd floor bathroom. So I'm guessing they probably each had their, you know, I'm sure Kaylee and Maddie. This is basically Kaylee and Maddie's bathroom. And then the 1st floor is probably like Xana and Dylan's, and then or the 2nd floor, and then the 1st floor Bethany. I'm sure they share to a degree, but um I don't know. I would think that like, they would Kaylee and Maddie probably kept their stuff in here, and you know what I'm saying? So and then Bethany was the only one really that was on the 1st floor. She has the bathtub shower mix. But I mean, I'm sure they could shower wherever, but I'm sure they each have their stuff in the closest bathroom, I would guess. So yeah, this is Kaylee and Maddie's bedroom. And now outside. Okay. Hold on, let me see something on my phone. That got me thinking something. Hold on, give me 1 second. Hold on. Give me 1 minute. I just have to look something before I switch pictures. I just gotta see something. I was trying to figure out something, and this picture might have helped me out. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Oh my God. I feel like I need a break from true crime. I need like a refresh type, not refresh, but like um okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at something. Okay. All right. Huh. It's odd. All right. I think I finally figured that out. Sorry, these ones are kind of boring because I don't think there's no way that those handprints are his. He wouldn't go through all that trouble to, and then put his freaking hands on the window. Unless if those are gloves. I mean, I guess it could be with his gloves on. What do you guys think about those prints? Does this look like they could be gloves on and he put him to the window? Because I guess he could have looked in to see if he was in the kitchen before he walked in. So I guess it could be him. But he would definitely have had gloves on if that's him. And at first I was thinking, no, it looks like there's no gloves. But now that I think about it, yeah, he could have had gloves on and made those prints, right? And then it wouldn't have left like, his fingerprints or anything. Yeah, maybe he did look in. I don't know though. What do you guys think? Part of me still doesn't think he would do that. Because would he even need to put his hands on the window to look in? He could just look in. Yeah, never mind. Why would he touch it? He's too particular about everything. So I go with my first instinct on that. Why would he need to touch the window? No, that's just something. Why are those upside down? Did I switch these? Oh my god, were we looking at these all upside down? Huh. Nope. I'm sorry if was I doing that the whole time? Anyway, I'm gonna go back down, sorry. All right. So look right here. Oh shoot. That was one of the things that was redacted on one of the other pictures. That's not any of them, right? That looks like just like a magazine eyes. And I mean, why are they redacting that? Because it shows the eyebrows and the whole case. I mean, it makes no sense. Why? Like what? That's a freaking magazine picture. Like, so what's up? Yeah, I don't think either, Delana. I definitely no. Oh, thanks, metaphysical. Oh, thank you. So yeah. Why is that like dark right there? I was trying to figure that out. What? Oh, is that where the white bag is hanging? No, I don't know. Why does it look like it's dark right there? I don't know who's pee in toilet paper. Why won't look? It's already. Okay, there we go. Like, you see, why is that dark? I don't get it. Looks, it's like weird. Like, is it filled up with water? No, I don't know. Who knows? Oh, you got it, Kaylee. Oh, thank you. So, oh, yeah, it is a gift of membership. Yeah, I said thank you. Oh my God, I'm out of it. So sorry. I gotta take a shower and call it a night. Okay. Uh, I don't. I mean, it looks like a little bit of blood, but I mean, this would be. Maybe. Wait, hold on a second. I just thought of something. There's absolutely no blood in that first bathroom. Like nothing except the one that little piece of paper towel. So what if I bet you, I just thought, how I gave my theory, now I'm thinking, I bet you when Dylan thought that Bryan that Xana, well, he Kaylee at the time, but I think she switched it to realize it was Xana, where she said, I'm here to help you in the bathroom. I bet you it wasn't in the bathroom. I bet you it was right out there by the table. I bet you she kind of maybe like fell against the wall or something right there because you heard that bang. And he's like, "Oh, I'm here to help you, maybe." What do you guys think? Because here's the thing, if he did get her, as she's running down before she made it into the bathroom or got Ethan and then went into the bathroom or whatever, she would have then been stabbed already, so had been bleeding. There would have been some kind of blood in the bathroom. Or you could say, okay, she made it into the bathroom before. Like if that first scenario where I said she woke up Ethan, he didn't get her yet. She ran in and woke up Ethan, and he went and killed Ethan, and she went to the bathroom, and then he went to the bathroom. I'm here to help you. And then, she comes out and then he starts attacking her out. She's out of the bathroom and they kind of back up into that hallway and kind of near the table. And that's how there's blood over there. But then you would expect, I mean, if there's like kind of altercation like in that hallway, wouldn't some of it got in the bathroom? But maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Oh. But there isn't any in the bathroom, right? They don't say there is either, do they? Now I have to go back through the documents because as I'm saying that, I'm like, wait, did they say there was any in the first floor bathroom? I don't think so. I feel like that's the only one of the negative things about reading so many documents in that much time, like all together, is like, I don't know if I'm absorbing all, like, I'm like all this, some of the specific details, I'm like forgetting, like, okay, did it say that? And now, like, 600 pages, I don't even know where that part is. Thankfully, I found the one where they were talking about the wall, the half wall and um, that wall, so I got to see where it talked about the blood being on there, but I don't know where it is for the bathroom part. I don't know. I'm burnt out kind of. Uh, Hey, look, who's up at the window? Looks like a dog. I don't think it's anything, but why did it look like a big fluffy dog at first? Oh man. Mm. Come on. Am I going too fast? It is, Kayla. You're right. It is. Well, when I go on my cruise, I'll get a break from it and just kind of talk about other stuff because I want to live stream for it, but we'll just chat, like hanging out, show you the boat and stuff and not worry. Kind of like what is the word? Something. Oh, I can't think of the word I'm thinking of, but kind of, I don't know, because this has been getting to me. Like, what is in the tub right there? I don't understand. Huh? Like sand? Hmm. Yeah, they definitely kept out a lot of the pictures. Like, well, of course, I'm not even talking about like victims and stuff. I'm just talking about like the wall, like some of the walls, obviously. Because I mean, there's like no pictures of the side walls. I mean, you could kind of, like I said, you could kind of see that half wall I showed you, but I don't know. I definitely need like a vacation from these murders. Oh my lord, it's too much. It's too much, guys. Heavy stuff. It's like, oh, it's really getting to me lately. It really is. It's like making me depressed. So I think my little cruise vacation will kind of help get me out of that mindset and like fresh, I don't know, just get out of there for a little bit. Yeah. Oh, I've been watching so much of that, Sane. But in actuality, it scared me for a minute, but then it didn't really. Like at first it freaked me out, but now I'm addicted to that. I have been watching that actually. So not addicted, but I've been keeping up on like stuff on that because that's like I'm so curious about that. Like, I've been watching the series. I have to finish. I think when I take a shower, I'm gonna finish listening to. Oh my God, Siri just picked up Siri because I said series. Um, the Stephanie Harlow crime something. What's it called? I always forget their name. I've been watching that. They have 4 parts. Um, that's so interesting. And like I said, originally it freaked me out, but then it did. Then I'm just like, okay. Actually, maybe I was meant to see that because 'cause I'll be, like, more on guard and stuff because I wasn't even thinking about that, but a little bit, but not as much as I don't know. I'm, like, super interested because it's like that mystery, it's like, "What happened?" Originally here's the thing, I'll say, originally, I thought foul play and I thought yellow or trafficking or something, but after watching the series with Stephanie Harlow, I'm I'm leaning more towards her jumping, and that was the first thing I never thought, like, when I'm watching, I'm like, "Absolutely not." I didn't even think there was a possibility, but they're convincing me that that's, like, the most likely thing because they brought up a lot of, like, interesting good points where all the reasons I thought she was still alive and she was taken, like, listening to them go through it, it's making me think, "Oh my god," like, no. It changed my mind a lot about that. So, I'm thinking whether she jumped or somehow she went overboard. I know that's not what most people think, and like I said, that was the last thing I thought. I thought, "No way, absolutely not," but I don't know. Now I am seriously, leaning that way after watching that series. Crime Weekly, yes. Oh, Mamma Mia, you think the same thing? Yes, and it was only after watching Crime Weekly because they made me realize a lot of stuff. It made me think like a different way about it. But before that, I was like convinced that Jazz was her, and um, all the accounts of seeing her. I was convinced she was still probably alive, and they took her and sold her somewhere. Like set it up. As much as he did, I think he is a creepy guy. like I said, if you guys haven't watched, what is it called again? Oh my God, why can't I never get it right? Crime Weekly, and you guys are following that case, check it out and like watch their 4 parts and tell me if you still think that she is still alive. Because they convinced me. It convinced me that I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying like I'm not as sure as Derek is. Like he's like 100%. I bet at my livelihood or whatever he said. I'm not that sure. I'm more like where Stephanie Harlow is, where it's like, yeah, I think, but I'm still like, oh, like I'm not 100% that Jazz isn't her. But before I watched it, I was so sure it was her. So yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. But yeah, I've been watching secretly watching that because it's like probably shouldn't be since I'm going on a cruise. But like I said, at first it freaked me out, and then I don't know. Then I just like didn't anymore for some reason. I don't know why. Especially now that I'm leaning more towards her jumping because, like, you know what I'm saying? That it's not. I know, Mama. I watched that, so that's another reason. But see that I don't put too much weight into that. So when because I watched that early on, the behavior panel, I watched that really early on. So even after I watched that, I still, with all the other stuff, I was still like, I was just like, it made me think like, oh, really? But then I watched all this other stuff that was pointing to him. So like, I don't put, I love that. Well, I love watching it. And I think there's a lot of good stuff to take away from it, but I don't let it make up my mind because so much that I mean, I don't know. I just don't because like even after watching it, I still for a while thought, nope, yellow. I was still suspicious of him because I don't put like all the weight. I just take it as like a tool, not as like, oh, it's conclusive if they say it. So I still was thinking, I mean, it made me think, but I still was leaning towards no, yellow. He's involved. But it wasn't until after I watched the Crime Weekly series that they brought up a lot of good points that made me think. Um, yeah, that made me lean the other way. Yeah, I mean, I know his daughter does, but I mean, like I said, I mean, it definitely was leaning towards that, but I don't know. I think Derek sold me on, not sold me 100%, but really changed my whole thought process on it. You should watch it, Delana, if you have not watched the Crime Weekly, and maybe it'll open your eyes to a few things. Um, no, I don't agree. I don't agree with everything that Derek said because, like, when he was going over like the stuff today, it's on the 4th part. I haven't finished it, but I was on my walk listening to it, and when he was going over how he's like, well, if they went through all the trouble of changing, like hiding her tattoo, why wouldn't they hit her face? Like I was with Stephanie on that. Like, that's the product, though. Why would they hide the face? They're going to meet this person. If it's a different face, then it would be not her. You know what I'm saying? That would be silly. So I don't agree with everything he says. Uh, there's a few other things that he felt so strongly on that I was like, nah, I don't agree. But I do he did just change my way of thinking about certain things enough where like I'm seriously considering her jumping when before I was like, that was absolutely never. And I was like, no, there's absolutely no way she jumped. But I'm considering it now. So, or somehow she went overboard, whether she jumped or somehow. Um, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not, there's still a part of me that thinks not like that maybe didn't happen, but I don't know. Still a mystery. I mean, like there was a part I was thinking, did she go off, like when she was wanting to like, maybe take pictures, or they reporting and she wanted to like go, maybe she went off the boat like, "Ooh, I want to go down and watch us pull up," and she goes off out into the island and then somebody takes her on the island. But I don't know. So tricky. It's like, because what if, okay, so if that Jazz isn't her, that means there's somebody like around those areas that looks so similar to Amy, which means then all these people spotting Amy, they could have just been seeing that Jazz girl, whoever that Jazz is. Because if you know what I'm saying, if you could prove that Jazz isn't her, that means there's some girl in that field of business in those areas that looks so much like Amy, which could be who everybody is spotting as Amy. So, which maybe Amy's not alive, you know? I don't know. It's tricky. Like I said, I'm not like as sure as Derek. I think there's still a part of me that's like, I don't know though. Like, I don't know, guys. Like, some of the things that gets me, like her shoes were still there. Why did she leave without her shoes though? Like, would you walk out like on the ship without your shoes? Like, if she did indeed go, like, I'm gonna go take, when we go pull up, I want to go take pictures, go on the island, just see everything. Would she really go without her shoes? Like, her shoes were right there. Why didn't she just pop them on and walk out? Like, that kind of has me wondering, right? Has anybody else thought that was kind of odd? Like like why wouldn't she just put her shoes on? Oh, bye J13. Ah, yes, that makes sense. Will. Wait, she pulled up the table up next to the railing, sat on it so she could rest her head near the edge to vomit. Yes. So what I'm saying, I'm not convinced she jumped purposely, but I'm leaning more towards somehow she went overboard, or maybe accidentally. That makes a lot of sense. Wow. That does. Huh. That's very possible. Wow. She was drunk. L. That yeah, she was drunk. So they were drinking and stuff. Oh, thanks, J13. Thank you. So I'm just like flipping through this as I'm talking. What else, guys? Let me see what other people. Oh, good night, J13. Thanks for hanging. Yeah, but I think didn't they think she changed her shirt or something? Because wait, when did? Yeah, that's true. Because when what's her brother's name? I can't think of her brother's name. When he saw her last, she was in the other shirt. So that's kind of, well, see, that makes me think, okay, so if she went and changed her shirt, did they know that there was for sure another shirt, or was her like, I'm sure they don't know every single piece of clothing she brought though. Like, what I'm asking basically was, were they aware that she put on another shirt and knew, well, like, what shirt she had on she changed into? Or were you thinking she just took off her shirt and didn't have a shirt on? I know, I remember a shirt too. Her shirt was, like, laying over across the chair or something. But that makes me wonder, did she put on a new shirt? Or that kinda goes with what Will said, maybe she took off her shirt because she was getting hot and drunk, like you're drunking. I mean, I could see that, like, "Let me take this off, throw up or something." I don't know if it makes any sense, but then she fell over. Or, I mean, did she change her shirt? Maybe she got throw no, they would've said if she got throw up on her shirt. I don't know. Maybe she didn't wanna get throw up on her shirt, so she took it off to throw up because she figured it might like, you know what I'm saying? Who knows? I don't know if that's even making any sense. I would yeah, I wonder if they would know if she did have another shirt that's gone, or like, I don't know if one would know if like, oh, you bring your daughter, like, you knew if you would know every single shirt she brought with her, I don't know. I guess they might know if they, like, knew she had for sure a shirt and then it was gone, like, that shirt was no longer there, but I don't know, guys. I actually didn't even watch the Netflix. I just watched a lot of YouTube interviews, and I haven't watched the Netflix show. Isn't that hilarious? But I know a lot of details from watching a lot of, like, interviews and YouTube stuff on it. Um, and, interviews with her brother, and then that series with, the four-part series where they go into a lot of the details. I guess I should watch the Netflix, but I feel like I feel like there's not gonna be a ton of new stuff because YouTube, all the stuff out there, they cover most of it, I feel like, the details, but I should watch it sometime. Oh, it did? Mamma mia. Oh my god, so much like her. So much. Here's the thing though, when he kept saying, this is another thing that I need to check, because when Derek kept saying tattoo on the ankle, the left ankle, or if it would be the right ankle, but if it was flipped, he described all that. If you watched Crime Weekly, Mama Mia, you know what I'm talking about. But where at on her ankle? Does Derek know? I have to research where at on the ankle did they say? Was it the outside of the ankle? Because if it wasn't, then we wouldn't be able to see the whole ankle. You can't see the inside of her ankle. So that's what I needed to look up because he's convinced if okay, so if the camera is flipped, then that would make the right side. Therefore, the tattoo on her ankle is on the right side, right? But what if it's on the inside of the right side? Then we wouldn't be able to see it. But I don't know because I didn't. Maybe they probably do go over that in the Netflix where the ankle one is. Do you know anybody? I was hoping he would like go over that and confirm that it was on the outside. He just kept saying on the ankle, and it's like, gosh, the ankle goes all the way around though. So you can only see, like on that picture, you only see the outside of that ankle. So I gotta do a little research where that tattoo supposedly was. Um, but yeah, she looks a lot like her. Oh, I thought 100%. I showed my mom a picture. I'm like, that's her. Like the way her cheeks are like the cheeks are her cheek is like so unique. The way they kind of like I don't even know how to describe it, but she has very unique cheeks and the coloring of her cheeks are it's just I don't know. I've never seen cheeks like that. Like the way it comes out, like she has very unique features in her face. And then, like, the way one of her eyes kind of goes over a little bit matches up. Like, so many of her unique features, like, match up to her, which why I thought I was, like, so sold that was her. Like, that's her, but I don't know now because I gotta figure out the tattoo information to know for sure. Oh, I thought you watched Crime Weekly, Mamma Mia. Oh, I thought you were saying you watched it. So he had, I don't know if you saw all the pictures. So I know there's that close-up picture of her face that they show, but there's other pictures of her whole body where she's like on her hands and knees almost kind of, and she's like looking back, which that one, like the ones he has aren't heavily like going around. I only seen them on his channel. I didn't until I watched their channel. I didn't see those other angles of her. I only saw that one close up of her face. There's a picture where it shows her whole body. So, and she doesn't have like, many clothes on. So sus. Mama Mia, did you watch the Netflix or no? Is that what you watched? Because like I said, I haven't even watched it yet, but I did watch a lot of other people going, like, I watched a lot of his interviews, the brothers' interviews. I watched Yellow's interview he did. I watched Behavior Panel. I watched the Crime Weekly series. It's 4 parts, and I mean, their parts are like 2 hours long, so that's a lot. And I watched some other YouTube video. I think I watched some that just kind of like talked about the documentary, I think, or like showed parts of it, but I haven't watched the whole thing. Big Al, hey, how are you? Yes, long time. How are you? Mama Mia, watch Crime Weekly. I'm telling you, if you're into that case, watch it. I can't get enough of them covering it. They do such a good job covering it. Here's Bryan's car. Oh, I love being cold soul too. I love it. I love it. Oh, sorry, Kaylee. I hope I'm not going too fast. Or I'm just talking as I'm going through it. Oh, I'm burnt out. I like as far as like I know. Sorry, like why aren't you talking about the photos? I'm just like my brain. I don't know. My eyes. It's almost like I can't look at the screen anymore. Really, that reading. Whew. I just am scrolling and anxious to get my shower. Shower. They tore it up. They tore it up. The outside is very dirty. That's it, y'all. Cool, Kayla. All right, guys, I gotta go. I'm gonna go. I'm debating if I just want to shower in the morning. I'm burnt out. I'm so tired. I don't know. All right, guys, have a good one. I'm probably not gonna go live tomorrow. Thanks for hanging. Comment. It helps the algorithm. You guys have been helping. It's slowly getting up there. So comment. Go over and comment under my videos. That helps out awful lot. Awful lot. I think tomorrow I'm gonna put in like the order for some of the kiosk pictures for the Wade stuff because I know people are really the people that are dependent on me for some of that Wade stuff that just gonna get a little bit because I mean it's too expensive right now how slow my channel is going. So I'll just get a little bit to give you Wade people that your fix. All right, y'all. I'll see you. I still have a couple more videos of the Erica calls though. I gotta release. I'm not done with the Erica calls actually. And I got screwed with those death row. Never got the the dates that I asked for, and they charged me, and they haven't responded. I'm mad. So I basically got ripped off. I paid for I basically repaid for something I already got. I'm just that's depressing too. Because anyway. All right, bye guys.